And we are live. It's P. Diddy All Day Part 2. For the ones in the building.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that smile, top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved out the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my...
Dogs and somebody playing this. You can't tell us where you're from.
I'm from NFL, up the block with 40 Wolves, Lou Simpson's on 142nd Cross Square, D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
At home, boy. Let's get back into the commentary, my friend. Jay, our investigation. Let's get into this.
I'm sure with this testimony, Diddy's not eating lunch. Seriously. Jane says Combs surprised her with entertainer for her birthday against Combs's or against her own wishes. Jane testified that despite telling Combs she did not want to do hotel nights, he surprised her with an entertainer for her birthday in 2023. For her birthday, Combs told her to go to Miami and have a birthday party with just him. She expected quality time, dinner, and just to be with Combs. Once at dinner, she said she was dressed up and really happy to be around my lover. Then he sprung on her. I'm so excited to see the entertainer tonight. Oh, she had a gulp. I didn't expect that, she said. Combs told her, it's your birthday, and let's have fun. She goes on to say, I just accepted it, she recalled. She said she didn't know the entertainer and didn't want to have sex with him, but didn't want Combs to be unhappy with her either. She tearfully testified that after sex with that entertainer, 2 more came forward afterwards. 2 more guys. She said she was having sex as Combs watched until the morning hours. Combs made her have sex with 3 guys, different guys, back to back to back on her birthday. You don't get as evil as that. They love Charlie. Hello, they love Charlie. Nice to see you today. What happened so far? They love Charlie asks. Oh, they love Charlie. I don't know if you're just coming in. It appears you are. It's bad. It's bad, Charlie. It's bad. I think this is the worst yet. I really do think, as bad as all the testimony has been, this one is the most brutal against Diddy. She continues to cry on the stand. She continues to just talk about men, all these escorts, porn stars, people, even a sweaty anonymous man, all these people that she had to do freak offs with herself also setting up the travel accommodations, along with Diddy's people, traveling over interstate lines to commit these freak offs. He could be sentenced to life in prison if convicted of all counts. Judge decides the sentencing, ladies and gentlemen, with guidelines that he's not necessarily bound by, but he's supposed to be going within the guidelines. He can depart, and he also could upward variance. Getting all the updates to see, refreshing the screens of all of these publications. CNN put out a new report 1 minute ago. It reads, Jane gets emotional while describing having a freak off during her birthday celebration. Jane says she flew to Miami to celebrate her birthday with Sean Diddy Combs in 2023, but wasn't expecting to have a hotel night. When they were having dinner in their hotel, we pretty much echoed this, but we'll just read the report. Jane said Combs alluded to having a hotel night. The moment was a gulp moment for Jane because she wasn't expecting it, but she said she just accepted it. After dinner, Combs gave her a necklace for her birthday. Oh, I didn't know that. So we got her a present too. Oh, wow. So nice of you, Sean, to give her a necklace before she has to do freak-offs with 3 men back to back to back. Oh, you're just such a nice guy giving her a birthday necklace and taking her out to dinner, right? Not. Combs gave her a necklace for her birthday and an entertainer she had met ever. It was more of an invasive moment because it's my birthday. And I didn't want to do this on my birthday, Jane said. She cried on the stand as she described the sexual encounter with the man and Combs. Jane said she remembered feeling robotic in the encounter. Going on to say, I just remember at this point in a relationship, this just had become so routine that I just was in my same rhythm, just like robotically, just the same thing. She said, while crying even harder. When Jane asked for a condom, Combs was very upset, Jane said. Jane let out a cry when she testified. She backed off because she didn't want to be in a sour mood. She said, I didn't want my partner unhappy with me. Seeing her unhappy in that situation, he eventually gave the entertainer a condom and walked away. But he was visibly unhappy and disinterested with the sexual encounter. Oh boy. As discussed, she was adamant about these condoms. A lot of them didn't end up wearing a condom, which is crazy. Well, with this particular, I don't know. It just seems like as bad as these freak-offs were for everyone, it seems like Diddy, once him and Cassie split away in 18, these freak-offs here were even more crazy than Cassie's. But Cassie was also talking about days, marathons, all types of things. But I'm sure Cassie's stories are just as bad, but every witness might describe them differently. And Jane has been unleashing like key details here that makes this look horrible. But also, Diddy gets experience with Cassie with all these with all these freak-offs, and now he's using the skills he learned, and and now Jane is subjected to it all. He's more experienced in these freak-offs. Jane herself, as she's tearfully, she just wanted to be in a relationship with Combs. But she tried at one point to put her foot down, say, I don't want this. I don't want this. Now, there has been a testimony at one point in late 2023 into 2024. There was a break in the relationship, right? Or there was a break at one point in this relationship. I wonder a little bit about what that is about with the break in the relationship. We should learn more very, very soon. Like more details here. Freak off after freak off after freak off. Crazy. This stuff is wild. So welcome back, JLR Investigates. Welcome everyone in. I'm just going to take a moment to kind of read the chat, say hello to all of you. Keep your comments coming as we discuss in real time what in the heck is going on here with this craziness. Bev Taylor says, Pimp Diddy is such a depraved, disgusting lowlife POS. It's bad. It's bad. Bev, thank you for the comment. Really appreciate it. See a lot of people commenting. Diddy, can't you see? Federal prison is where you'll be. We came up with that song, the remix. Diddy, can't you see? Federal prison is where you'll be. Reading the comments coming through. First week, the media was doing some play-by-play analysis. During the first week, they kind of slowed that down. Fox 5, I don't even think is out there today. Is Fox 5 out there today? I didn't even see Fox 5, the local. No, Fox 5 doesn't even have a feed. Did they abandon the case? They were out there yesterday. They're not out there today. This is the most powerful testimony yet. Why wouldn't you be here? Why wouldn't one be here? Jane gets emotional. That was the last report by NBC News. All right, so I don't think we're going to get any additional information. What's here? All right, so 3 minutes ago, Washington Post says the rise of trial tourism. How celebrity cases draw crowds to the courts. And they're just going on to say that these type of cases bring out a bunch of personalities, people. There's a guy out there with a puppet in his hand. There's someone dressed as a nurse. We're just waiting for court to be back in session. I'm just scouring around. Nothing new on the inner city press. So how's everyone feeling about this case thus far? Do we got a conviction or not? What do you think? Has the prosecution proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt? Jane says she flew to Miami to celebrate her birthday with Sean Combs in 2023, but wasn't expecting to have a freak off, which is AKA a hotel night. You know what? Honestly, if you just separate every other witness and victim and you just exclude all them and you just have right here, right now, Diddy could spend the rest of his life just on this right here. This right here, enough to convict. When they were having dinner in their hotel, Jane said Combs alluded to having a hotel night. That moment was a gulp moment. Like, oh, I'm doomed. She got tricked. She got conned. Because honestly, you know, if Diddy was at his house in Miami and she's in LA and he's contacting her to get there for a freak off on her birthday and specifically told her that you're coming in here to do a freak off, she probably would have found an excuse not to come there on her own birthday. She's probably like, I ain't doing that on my birthday. Your birthday's supposed to be your special day. But is Diddy so sick in his head that he thought the birthday present for her was to have 3 guys, bang, 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 back to back to back, and that's the gift that she really wanted? Is that what this guy's thinking? Like, someone's birthday is supposed to be a special day. You're supposed to do things for them, your others. You're supposed to bring them breakfast in bed, go out to something to eat, buy a present. Take it easy today. I'll do everything kind of deal, right? On someone's birthday, especially in relationships, right? Your partner, things are going on a birthday, and you just do it because you love the person. You want to do fun things for someone on your birthday. You're thinking for days what you're going to get your significant other as a gift. Have a good day. You're plotting and planning in your own mind how you can make that your significant others feel special on their birthday. No. What does Diddy do? He's selfishly thinking how he can please himself at the expense of her and degrade her to the fullest. Freak-offs are bad. But he literally made her do 3 freak-offs, 3 separate men, back to back to back, on her birthday. Throughout the night, no rest. Another thing too, birthday, and get some sleep, get some rest. Some people work on their birthdays with jobs and everything like that, but I'm just saying it's a day to feel appreciated and loved. I give my pets, my cat, birthday treats and be so kind to my pet like it's your day. It's your special day. Oh, but as you see here, after dinner, Combs gave her a necklace for her birthday. And an entertainer she hadn't met before arrived soon after that. Here, I got you something. An entertainer for your birthday. Come on, give me a break. It was more of an invasive moment because it was my birthday. And I didn't want to do this on my birthday. So she testified she didn't even want to do this on her birthday. She didn't want this. I just remember at this point in our relationship, this just had become so routine that I just was in my same rhythm, just like robotically. Just the same thing. She said, crying harder. When Jane asked for a condom, Combs was very upset. Jane said. Jane let out a cry when she testified that she backed off because she didn't want to sour the mood. Combs, seeing her unhappy about the situation, then went and got entertainer a condom. Jane said, but he was visibly unhappy and disinterested with the sexual encounter. Now, is that maybe why did she testify that the other two had condoms on or not? And I say that is because maybe that was because Diddy ruined her, because Diddy felt like she ruined his fantasy, that he threw a condom and was like, all right, well, I'll show her. I'll bring someone else, and I'll bring someone else. But Sly was coming in from somewhere else anyway, so Sly came next. So I'm figuring Sly was like already there. This was like a surprise. It's crazy. It's very, very crazy. CNN put out another report just a couple minutes ago. We're almost at lunch break is almost over. Oh. CNN is reporting Combs was rubbing his face and eyes. Like almost like rubbing away tears in his eyes when she testified. That's the first time we've heard of any type of like, whoa, CNN is saying Combs rubbed his face and eyes when Jane described hotel night. Before the jury took a break, Sean Combs reacted as Jane testified about her birthday celebration in Miami and how she felt about having a hotel night freak off that day. He rubbed his face and eyes when Jane told the jury he gave her a bracelet and flowers, but then invited two more men into the hotel room. Jane herself was emotional during her testimony and heaved more than once as she cried. Oh my God, it was bad. I'm telling you, her crying, everyone, you couldn't even hear a pin drop. They say it was like a moment where everyone was affected, including defense, prosecution, judge, everyone. And it appears now it's all making sense. Even Diddy. Now, I don't know if Diddy was fake crying because he knows he's done, crying because finally reality's kicking in, any type of shame or guilt or anything. But he apparently was wiping away his face and eyes. Tears. Erica. Hello, Erica. You know Sean is still performing in jail. He gets products to sing to other inmates. Wouldn't shock me. Wouldn't shock me when Diddy's spending the rest of his life in federal prison, whether he starts buying baby oil and making other men do freak-offs. I mean, who knows? Because that's where this man is headed to. Jail, prison. He's in jail. Who knows what he's doing now in jail? Who knows what he's done in jail? But he's going straight to the federal penitentiary. This is bad. So I want to know about that sidebar. I really want to know more about that sidebar. If I was Diddy's defense, I would throw in the towel in the middle of the trial. Stop this. Stop it. But that's up to Diddy. But the defenses can't do nothing because, Diddy's paying for them. And then also, folks, two of his children and Janice Combs are in that courtroom. Janice, Christian, and Justin are at the court today. Two of his adult children and his mom has to listen to this. You got to be kidding me that you would be subjecting your own mom to listen to the graphic details of what's happening inside that courtroom. Why would he even do that to his mom? And it's only going to get worse. The damage has been done big time, like for him. Like it's over for him. He earned it. He chose this path. Choose your path wisely. They love Charlie. Says the judge should be almost ready to remove Diddy. Close. Pretty close. The judge was very clear and didn't mince words about that with him. Rubbing his face, that's a violation. Well, Charlie, I'm not so sure about rubbing his face as a violation if a defendant cries in court. But if they suspect he's trying to do something to trick the jurors into maybe fake tears or trying to feign like it's bothering him, I'm sure they'll be able to figure that out. And if he is, I would say that would be grounds for him to be removed if he's putting on an act. Rubbing his face, if he is generally emotional, like if he generally like crying, like has tears in his eyes while everyone else does, I think he'll be able to get away with that. I don't think the judge will tell him no. I never heard where a judge told someone you can't cry. But if he's doing it to make the jury, to trick the jury and make it appear like he's trying to manipulate the jury, yeah, he can be in big, big trouble. And he's already been warned. Thank you for the comment. High reality setting in, Superfly says. Diddy isn't high, in reality is setting in. Maybe Diddy's on some drugs. Has anyone considered that Diddy could be on drugs while he's standing on trial? Reason being, we covered Alec Murdaugh down there in the disgraced lawyer in South Carolina. And there was literally, when he's in court, snot coming out of his nose as if he's tweaking on something. Crazy. Daily Mail has a new article that just popped up. Diddy jury sees disturbing freak-off videos as his mother poses for court sketch. The Daily Mail likes to. I personally think the Daily Mail is my favorite publication. I just think I think Daily Mail is better than TMZ, my opinion. They're saying that his mom has posed for court sketches. Like she poses. So the court sketcher there, and you know the court sketcher there because they're sitting there with the sketch and they're doing it. And apparently Diddy's mom knows that a court sketcher's there and she's, you know what I mean? Like posed, striking a pose. Hey! To Nikki. Part of his sentencing should be that he must be banned from all types of lubricants. You know, that's interesting. No. I mean, I don't know if they can forbid that in jail and prison, but if he had some sort of probation or parole, a condition of his supervised release, if he ever gets out, could be a condition to ban himself from having lubricants. They can do whatever they want with conditions that critiques to the person's crime. Absolutely. In jail, I'm not sure if you could prohibit somebody. I mean, they can try, but he'll undercut that just like he was stealing all those inmates' PIN numbers. If there's a rule and Diddy wants to break it, he'll break it. Ban him from baby oil. Diddy, I sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole. And while you're serving your life in prison, Mr. Combs, I am ordering the Bureau of Prisons to ban you from possessing Astroglide, Johnson's baby oil, high heels. What else did he use to facilitate? You know what I'm saying. You are banned from these products for life. He has some crazy things going on with this Johnson baby oil. Sean Diddy Combs' trial continued Friday with a third victim testifying about the rapper's alleged crimes and the jury seeing horrifying videos of his infamous freak-offs. Proceedings began today with Diddy complaining about how he's portrayed in court sketches. He says the artist is making him look like a koala and has to be softened up. Diddy is complaining. Apparently, he complained this morning about the court sketches of him, and they're making him look bad. His mother, Janice, seemed ready for her close-up, however. She has said to have preened for the artist. Diddy's complaining. With no cameras allowed inside the courthouse in Miami, the sketches are the public's only eyes. Diddy's mother, Janice Combs, has been a constant presence at his trial in Manhattan. Janice has apparently been pleased with the work of one sketch artist that she even posed for her in the courtroom. Artist Christine Cornell told Dateline's True Crime podcast. She goes on to say, Puffy Combs' mom is sitting behind me and she tapped me on the shoulder and gave me a thumbs up. That is crazy. Carrie Lynn, nice to see you. Thank you for the comment. If he was really remorseful, he would be crying from the first witness. But no, he didn't. He still thinks he's untouchable. Where's all his friends now? They dropped him, all of them. Quiet. Melissa, thank you. Melissa Marijuana? Is that like a Melissa Marijuana? That's a unique name. Look at that. Melissa Wana. Thank you. Now, Carrie Lynn, I mean, we've been saying this. No friends. Like, no one's really going to put their neck out on this. You can't. You can't co-sign this and justify this in any way, shape, or form at this point. And if any celebrity comes out at this point and speaks favorable towards Diddy, they will probably be canceled. Demonetized. Shamed. And I don't think we're going to see any more celebrities, if at all. I think there was a few of them, like Free Diddy, Free Puff. Now that family friend is out there with the family. Through thick and thin, I guess, with him, Lucci Finney, the man that escorted Diddy's mom, Janice, into the courtroom today, the one that brings them out, in and out, separate times. One that's been seen with Diddy's publicist, Holly, a publicist. She's there too. But at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I can't see anybody would even want to touch this. Dawn, thank you for the gifted membership. One lucky member, a member of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. Enjoy your membership. You won't be disappointed. I don't think so. We keep everything entertaining, right? Not a lot of yawning going on. Occasionally, things might get a little slow, like what's going on. But we keep it interesting, to say the least, you know? And we'll continue to do so. Not just with this, with all cases. All cases. Wait till you see what we do in Idaho. Boots on the ground. So we're going to have like a two in the screen. We're going to have one screen with the court proceedings and also an outside. And we're going to see everybody coming in. That's a big case. Everybody coming in. I should have done it here, though. But federal courts, more like Fort Knox. It's a different animal than state courts. We saw earlier on the feed here, apparently, an inside look of the courtroom. It definitely was a federal courtroom because it had Department of Justice logos on the screens. What was that like? What type of cherry, oak, dark walls, high pillars, judge high on the bench? Nothing is more terrifying than standing in front of a federal judge and getting your sentence, knowing that there's a potential that you could go to prison for a long, long time. It's terrifying. Trust me. It's terrifying. I had my own experience. I had a female federal judge, and I was 23 years old when I got sentenced, standing in front of a federal judge that I thought I was only getting 3 years. 3 years is a long time. I accepted responsibility. Wire fraud. I was in a conspiracy with other people, federal courts, Houston, Texas. And I stood in front of federal judge Melinda Harmon, who was my federal judge. And I got blindsided. And the judge gave me 125 months in federal prison, followed by 5 years of supervised release. And when I got that sentence, I just was in total frozen. I was froze. Like everything just ended. And I was sick to my stomach. And even the prison chaplain came and checked on me the next day to make sure I'm okay. It was bad. But you know, I did the crime. You got to deal with the consequences, right? Consequences might not like. Consequences might not be fair. Might not suit the crime. Average federal sentences are 7 to 8 years. Nobody walks away with a slap on the wrist on the federal level unless you are a cooperator, unless you're on the low end of a totem pole on some sort of big conspiracy. They will work deals out on people. Guess what? Was similar to kind of like what Diddy is with his case. I was a ringleader, well, labeled as a ringleader. Therefore, I got leadership role points. Sophisticated means, obstruction of justice, and all that kind of stuff. Enhancements. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. The judges are higher up on the bench. They will throw time at you and won't even blink. I didn't get scolded. Judge didn't scold me. Judge didn't shame me or anything like that. But the judge handed down a sentence. And then, see you later. Charlie says there was a list of high-profile witnesses that have been mentioned. However, have they mentioned Jonathan Odie, Carter, 50, Deal, Dame, Davis, Beebe, Orlando Brown, Little Rod, any of these people? To answer your question, Charlie, I don't believe so. None of them. None of those names. I haven't heard Gene Deal be named. I haven't heard Jonathan Odie be named. Carter. I haven't heard none of those names that you mentioned. Orlando Brown, I haven't heard of. Now, Little Rod has a lawsuit, right? Kind of mentions one of the drug dealers, Brendan. Oh, absolutely, I'm a redeem now. Absolutely. I would say, let me tell you something, folks. You know, your world might end and you might make bad mistakes and bad choices and have to deal with the consequences, which I did. And I'll be honest, even coming out of prison, it took me time to adjust, figure out what my calling is and what I'm going to do in life and everything like that. And I had hiccups. I had bad times even after coming out of prison. Still continue to make bad choices. You know, and then there comes a time where you feel like you have to change and you got to make better choices, surround yourself with people, be responsible, stay away from drugs and alcohol, pay your taxes, surround yourself with good, like-minded individuals, and good things will happen. And lo and behold, I feel like I'm living the American dream. The land of where you can have second chances, because the last 10 years of my life have been unbelievable, and it's only getting better, and it's only because I made better choices and came with and stay committed to that. So, you know, this is a country that you can make mistakes and can redeem yourself, and there's opportunities there. Nothing is forbidding me from doing what I do. The only thing is I can't possess a gun and can't get certain titles and licenses in certain careers. But other than that, I can do whatever I want. And I've been, you know, pulled over last few years for different things, not speeding, but like I remember they said my tail light was out. One was saying my light was out, whatever like that. Cool with the officers. They clearly see that I've been in trouble because they run your name and stuff. They don't bother me. You're just cool. You talk to people like adults, talk to people like human beings, and you're cool, man. You're cool. You're cool. Sheila, thank you for being a member. But I know a lot about this prison stuff, you know. There's a lot of people I see that former prisoners, they're all tatted up, or they got, you know, pretty bulked up, and they talk about their prison stuff. And, you know, I could sit there and talk about prison stuff all day long, all the horrors that I've seen in prison. I don't do that. I kind of just talk about true crime and my insights on how I feel like cases are going to go, how the system works, what's expected, things like that. But I could definitely do videos all day long talking about different prisons and the prisons, the whole culture itself. I was very liked in prison. A lot of people liked me only because I didn't get into gambling, didn't get into drugs, didn't get into, you know, I stayed in my lane, and people liked me. A lot of people liked me. Never had a problem. Nobody ever came up and pressed me. Nobody, you know, in federal prison, there's a lot of things. A lot of people have this notion that, you know, I'm just saying, like, usually you have to worry about your own race. Like, some people have to, think, oh, you're going to go in and someone from the opposite race is going to extort you and everything like that. That's not necessarily what happens. It's your own people. It's your own race, your own kind, the ones. Just mind your business. Stay out of debt. Be cool. I also worked out a little bit, so maybe, you know, somebody knows you're working out. They're not really going to mess with you if they know that you could fight. Did a lot of running, pull-ups, burpees, push-ups, boxing. All right, so where are we at? We're at 1:15. We're about to get this party started. Where are we at? I've been through many, many security prisons. Many. And something tells me that Diddy would not go to a traditional, he's definitely not going to a low. He's definitely not going to a camp. He could go to a medium over time if he serves his first 20 years in a higher security. Could work his way down to a medium. Probably not because of who he is. And I have a feeling he's going to instantly get back into cell phones, drugs, stealing people's PIN numbers, and bribing and influencing people for favors and everything like that. Probably bribe guards to get extra food from the kitchen, all kinds of stuff. I feel like he's going to ADX Florence, Colorado. that probably would be the most suitable, only because they can control him better. I really can't see him in a maximum security penitentiary running around with inmates there like that. Probably be in some sort of higher up security wing specifically designed for high profile inmates, like Terre Haute, Indiana. The old death penalty unit. There's a side wing there, and they got some high profile inmates there, and they're on their own unit. Something like that in a higher security. But he's not going to be in general population. I can't see it. There's no way the BOP would do that. One, someone else might take a swipe at him to make a name for themselves. I just can't see it. Rico's some serious stuff. Where's R. Kelly at? Where's R. Kelly at? Does anyone know where he's housed at? Diddy's on a higher plateau than R. Kelly. All right, come on in. We're about to get started again. I'm seeing if court is in session. I see a lot of people commenting. Kelly, welcome. Alcatraz. Yeah, you might go to Alcatraz if Alcatraz gets redo. But I not all that Alcatraz. I don't think they're going to open up Alcatraz because it's probably too much. But the concept, putting on a penal colony out there on the middle of island, I mean, could put the worst of the worst. I don't think they're going to open up Alcatraz. You could go to Atlanta. Atlanta has separate wings. It's like I don't know if you ever heard of USP Atlanta. It's in like downtown Atlanta. Looks like a castle. It's right on the train tracks. And big giant wall guard towers. But inside there's actually units within units, but they also have units like protective custody units. It's an old facility. But the problem with Atlanta is there's a lot of corrupted guards. So many guards that bring in stuff for inmates like cell phones and drugs and all types of things. I doubt they would put Diddy in that position because Diddy could definitely easily bribe and influence people. Will Diddy even go to prison? When I say is that, are we getting into like Epstein? Like, if he's guilty, is he gonna like do some self-harm to himself or something happened to him? Who knows about that? We don't know. Or does he just walk away? Erica, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you. One other person is now a member of the JLR Army, a growing army. All right, so we're waiting to get this party back and started here. Jane is an emotional mess, and I can't imagine being in her shoes right now. Brave. I wonder why 50 Cent is throwing her name out there, though, which is crazy a little bit. We saw some photographs of her, like her here, like this is her. This is her. Diddy's has to listen to her. All right, just waiting. We should be started here just shortly. $117. We might be here to 5 p.m. today. So 4 more hours. Might be a 9-hour day. 9-hour day today. Buckle up. Never know what we're going to get. A 9-hour day. It is Friday, so we won't be here. They're saying Harvey Weinstein case. Inner City Press just posted an update on Harvey Weinstein. Apparently, there's problems going on right now in his case. Inner City Press says a mistrial motion coming. They're saying, meanwhile, in the parallel Me Too world down the street from SDNY, jury deliberations in the Harvey Weinstein retrial are in chaos, with one juror calling out others, saying doesn't want to continue. Judge who released the alternative says he must. Mistrial coming. Uh-oh. Harvey Weinstein might get a mistrial. Jurors going crazy there. One juror wants to get out of there, and the judge is saying, stay on, stay on. He said, mistrial coming. Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, one of the witnesses here, Dr. Hughes, is also testified in the Harvey Weinstein. Didn't she say Harvey Weinstein? Yeah. Infighting with jurors will happen here. Would it happen with this case? Once you get into jury deliberations. All it takes is one juror. Well, mistrial Diddy doesn't go anywhere. So I think that strategy pushing for a mistrial is ridiculous. Because he's not going to go nowhere. And it's just going to cost Diddy even more money. Particularly when you have a dream team. Though a mistrial, the second trial, which they would have, unless he pleads out, he could slim down his jury too. Or slim down his lawyers. Have less lawyers the second time around. Sometimes defendants, once there's a mistrial and they get the retrial, they have a new defense team. Cost cutting, or he's not satisfied with his defense because his defense couldn't get him out. He sits. No way, shape, or form a judge would release Diddy on bond listening to what we listened to. Now you know why Diddy didn't get bond. Now you know why the judge denied the multiple requests. He tried multiple times. First, you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. He tried over and over to get bond. Well, now you know why. Look how bad it is. Some people are like, free Diddy. He deserves to get bond. At least let him get out and prepare a defense, whatever like that. Wouldn't shock me if Diddy would have ran or killed some of the witnesses. Or victims like Jane. I'm serious because this is so bad. I think the judge made the right call. No bond. Keep them incarcerated. Threatening witnesses. Witness intimidation, which some of us felt like a indictment was coming up on that. Witness intimidation. I'm shocked that we're even at trial. I thought waive his right to speedy trial and sit it out for a year and a year. I am shocked that the court. I've really never heard of a Fed case go this quickly on this level either. So it's almost like the defense calling prosecution's bluff. Well, we're ready. Are you ready? Who's ready? Are we all ready? Let's go. We're ready. Because usually something like this on this magnitude, it took me on a fraud case. Now, I had a lot of co-defendants. It took me 18 months to get a resolution on my case. I had to sit in the federal detention center for over a year and a half. I didn't get bond. They didn't give me bond. I had a white-collar crime. They didn't give me bond. Flight risk. I had to sit for a year and a half in a detention. This detention center. Well, the detention center is not bad. It's not that bad. It's not. If you're not in the shoe. If you're on a unit, it's pretty cool. I was in Houston, FDC Houston. Most of the unit was Hispanic. Like with a lot of people, like different, like Mexican mafia, Serenos. all types of like gangs from like Central America, Mexico, South Texas, Texas syndicates. Then there was a bunch of skinheads, like with tats all over their heads and stuff, like Aryan Brotherhood, Aryan Circle people. Then there were some white people, white collar crimes. Some Enron people were there. Enron. But it was cool. Because I remember, like, back in the day, I used to play basketball. I could still shoot a little bit. But I played basketball. So I went to the detention center, and they got the little cage. You go in there and play basketball and stuff. Like, I was killing dudes there in basketball. It's crazy. You can play basketball. You can play handball. It's not torture. It's not torture. Diddy's in solitary. The shoe is horrible. You don't want to go to the shoe. The shoe is horrible. It's bad in the shoe. Cold, condensation on the walls. Get fed like a dog through a food slot. You hear echoing and keys constantly going down the hall. And then don't get me into the dog and pony show. You know, once a week in the federal borough prisons, even in detention centers, once a week, the administration of the prison, like which would be the warden, the AW, the chief clinical director, and all the big wigs, they come into the shoe once a week and make their rounds. And it's like a dog. It's as if you were going to a pet store and you're walking down the line. You're looking at the dogs and the cats and the cages and everything. The same thing. And once a week, like we'll just say Wednesday, the warden, everyone comes, and that's when you address your issues, or they just want to see you. I think by policy, they have to see everyone and make sure they're alive or whatever like that. But it's like a dog and pony show. And like you're in your cell, you're sitting there in your cell, and every second someone comes over and looks in your window and they're like, hey, everything okay? I'm warden so-and-so. Do you need anything? And then they keep moving. And it's just like it's so humiliating. Let me just put it that way. You're looking like an animal in a cage, and you got these people staring at you. MS-13 also down there in Texas. Yeah. A lot of people, though, when I was in early 2003, a lot of people in the detention center, believe it or not, were in there for re-entry. Illegal entry, but re-entry. So they call it the felony. So a lot of them were in there for the re-entry, for coming into the country illegally, being deported, and then tried to come back. So there was a lot of people in that federal detention center. And then it was around 9/11, so there was occasionally some people on the unit that were from overseas that were, I don't know, were in this country on visas after 9/11, and they were getting like some Syrians and some Egyptians. I was cool with everybody. I was cool. I was cool with everybody. Never had a problem with anybody. All right, we're back. We're back. This afternoon, we'll be showing some exhibits in the binder. So, not on console screens, but console can come up and see them. Okay, bring in the witness and the jury. Here we go. About to go down. We are back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. It is about to go down again. Welcome back. Afternoon session is in play here. We set everything up, refresh the screens, get ready. What is Jane Doe going to say? Stand by. Looks like they're going to exhibits. Explicit exhibits. Explicit. Emphasize. Explicit exhibits. Nudity, freak off videos, threats. All rise. All right. All rise. Here we go. We got another guy. Have you seen this man? Now, Comey, right off the rip. Have you seen this man? Jane says, Sean brought him to our hotel room in LA. I was in a robe and lingerie. The whole wardrobe I usually had. What happened in the living room of the suite? She goes on to say, I knew this was something I could not fake. Uh-oh. Something you can't fake. What happened in the living room of the suite? I knew this was something I could not fake. Oh, it's about to get graphic. Something you can't fake. What can that be? We're back from lunch. Come on in. Jane is back on the stand. All the media outlets are catching up. Jane is back on the stand. Back on the stand. All right, so we got another guy. Another hotel room in LA. Another freak off. Most likely it's going to happen here. She also said the whole wardrobe I usually had, as if she had like a typical wardrobe she had to wear to do these freak offs. Just like Diddy required her to have her nails done, hair done, tanned. She said tan. AOSA, what do you mean? She goes, I was repulsed by him. I tried for 30 minutes. Then I told Sean, can I talk to you in the bedroom? There, I told him, I can't do this. No, I tried. No. I told Sean, I'm sorry. How did Sean respond? Agitated. All right. Might get into some violence here. Combs is agitated. She's telling him and begging him that she can't do this with this guy. She can't fake it. She can't do it. She said for 30 minutes, I'm trying to say, I can't do this. I can't do this. Let me talk to you in the bedroom. I can't do this. I can't. Tried again, but no. She even apologized to Sean Combs. I can't do this. No, I can't do it. Now Combs is getting agitated. Mad. Because now she's not going to do it. So I think this moment we're about to get threats. Maybe. Violence, maybe. Blackmail, maybe. We shall see. Diddy, can't you see? Federal prison is where you'll be. All right. What do we got? Jane Doe. Here we go. Then another man came. What? Did Sean talk to you first? No. Who's this? She goes, a man I met in New York. I told him I didn't want to go to New York if it was just to set me up with a man. He said, no, one-on-one. So I went. So now we're talking about another man. I guess she couldn't do it with this guy, so Diddy brings in another man into the mix. Another man. One thing with this particular victim, I noticed from the others, we don't know about Gina because Gina's not going to testify, is, man, Diddy makes her go right into another person afterward, like into the next person. I don't think that was with Cassie, right? I didn't hear Cassie talk about she's been like with 2 men in one night, back to back. But with her, she's already said numerous times back to back men and or 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, so we're waiting to see update on that. Jane is expected to continue testifying for the rest of the day, up to 5 p.m. today, and then into next week. So that's an update from the Washington Post. NBC News is still an hour behind. All right, what do we got? We're still on this man. Another man. Now, I don't know what happened with the, like, if this other guy left or what. Like, did he got agitated. What did he do? Like, tell the other guy to leave and I'm going to bring someone else? Or what? AUSA Comey, did you get Wi-Fi on the plane? Yes. Sean sent me a text. Do you want entertainment tonight? Ooh. AUSA, how do you feel? So, is what she's saying is Diddy made her get up on a plane to go meet this man? How did you feel? Disappointed? My thought of seeing my lover was shot down. Where did you go? Trump Hotel. Here we go. New details here. Trump Hotel. A freak off, most likely in the Trump Hotel. Combs comes to her all the time. Is like, do you want entertainment? I guess she thought she was going to New York with Diddy. And ended up being with Diddy alone. My thought of seeing my lover was shot down. Diddy's making her jump on planes, doing freak-offs in other locations. Goes into the Rico. Goes right into the Rico. Sex trafficking. Interstate prostitution. Do you want entertainment tonight? Poor Jane. Jane has cried numerous times on the stand throughout the day and also yesterday. She has been more emotional than any other witness or victim on this case thus far. See, we're waiting for more updates, more information coming out. Oh, here we go. Trump Hotel. I saw assistants setting up the room with the red lights for a hotel night. I took this photograph. not shown on gallery screen. Assistants, Combs' assistants now setting up the Trump Hotel for a freak off, setting up the hotel room, red lights. What happened next? I told Sean I don't want to do this, she says. He was just like super defensive. I told Combs I don't want to do this. No means no. She's saying, I don't want to do this. I don't want to participate in this freak off at the Trump Hotel. Combs becomes defensive. Super defensive. She said no. Doesn't no mean no? Or does the controller keep going until they make them? Here we go. I said no. What does Sean do? He gets defensive. On the way back to the room, Sean gave me a pill. Typical Sean Combs. To make his victims comply. Pill them up. Pill them up. What is this? Ecstasy. I took it. The man was in the room. We had small talk. I let the man touch my leg a little bit. I took Sean to the bedroom and told him I can't do this. So even after taking a pill, she's saying again, she took Sean to the bedroom and told him, I can't do this. This is sex trafficking. This is 100% sex trafficking. By the way. So even with a pill of ecstasy, she's still saying, I can't do this. What happens next? Stay tuned. What happens? Trump Hotel. Here, take a pill. Ecstasy. Once again, she's telling Diddy she doesn't want to do it. Force, prosecution. Are they going to prove it by... He made her do things by force, coercion, fraud. I think they've already proven that with many of the victims so far. How did Sean react? Jane says, agitated. So I called another performer. Why? That's a hard question, she says. At this point in the relationship, I knew that's what my partner would want. Was Sean paying your rent? Yes. Did he mention it? Let's see. So basically is she didn't want to do it with this guy. So her second option was to call another performer. Why? Because she said in this point of the relationship, she knew what my partner wanted. She knew what Combs wanted. And then the prosecution takes it back to, was he paying your rent? Yes. Remember, the love contract. See, he's holding that over her head. And she knows, even though she didn't want to be with that guy, she's going to have to do this. She's going to have to do this because it's part of the love contract. It's part of her role in this whole relationship. Therefore, she's basically saying, I have to call somebody else. Have someone else do this. So as she described, if she's going to do it, she might as well do it with somebody that she's at least can do it with and feel comfortable or safe with. And she's named some of these other guys before. But she pretty much is saying she has no choice. At all. Objection. Was Sean paying your rent? Yes. Did he mention it? Objection. Judge, time frame. AUSA. Was this after Sean started paying your rent? Yes. She says, I called Sly. Okay, so Sly's coming. Sly is coming. He was excited. He flew to New York that night from Atlanta. What happened? So Sly comes. It's Sly. Sly comes. Remember Sly? The porn guy from Atlanta? He's coming up there. What happened? It was nice. We had sex in front of Sean at the Trump Hotel. Remember, she already testified Sly she felt more comfortable with. If she had to do this, she'd rather do it with Sly, and I think she had another name too, than any other guy. It's part of the job. Part of her job that Diddy made her do. So she can't let Diddy down. Her master. Can't let him down. All right, so we're talking about this freak off here at the Trump Hotel. A Trump Hotel freak off. Sly, Diddy's there. We'll see what happens next. She's going on and on. This is crazy. Other media outlets are not giving an update on this. Thank you for the super sticker. Dios? Thank you. Very grateful. Thank you. All right, we're waiting for an update. We're going to see what happens past this Trump Hotel. One thing I noticed about these media outlets are after lunch, they seem to be slowing their reports down. It's as if they ate lunch and they kind of keep an extended lunch break because later on in the afternoon each day, they get behind a little bit. All right. Me and Sean had to go our separate ways. But I didn't want Sly to feel we were just leaving him. So cash was bought to the front desk for him by an assistant. Was brought to the front desk by him. For him by an assistant. Which one? Joey. And this man. I had sex with him in front of Sean. So she once again is saying that cash was brought by the assistants. Now she's getting into a man named Joey. Joey, which one? Joey, this man. I had sex with him in front of Sean. A Joey. This part is a little bit difficult to process. But now we get into another guy that she's name dropping. Let's see. In the meantime, I'm refreshing the screens. Not any of the media outlets are saying any update about from time Jane's on from lunch after lunch on. Joey. Who is Joey? Here she goes. And another? She goes, a Spanish buff man. He was a bit odd, I felt. He was pulling out this scent to smell during sex. I don't know. In front of Sean? Yes. Another? Okay, so what she's saying is she's describing these men. A man who looked more European. It was at a hotel in LA. We had sex twice. All right, so what she's describing basically is multiple different men. Over and over and over. So once it's done with this person, she's talking about another freak off. She's talking about another one, and another one. And she's describing the different men she had freak offs with. She talked about Sly. She's talking about that one guy she wasn't comfortable with. She's talking about this guy named Joey. Now she's talking about a Spanish buff man. And now she's talking about a European man. All these different men. He basically pimped her. Yes, he pimped her. So many, we're losing count. She name dropped about 7 of them. And now at this point, I lost count. I don't even know how many men she has described on the bench here. At this point. There has been so many. Over and over and over again. Of all these men with these freak offs. And it looks like all different races. Spanish, black, white, European. It's one thing I noticed too, like so many people. So many people. This is wild. NBC News update. Jane testifies being told she didn't have to do hotel nights anymore just for Combs to go back on his word. Before a trip to New York together, Jane recalled making clear to Combs that she did not want to participate in any more freak-offs, even though Combs kept asking her if she wanted to. When they got to the Trump Hotel, she says his assistants were setting up their room for a hotel night. And she remembers bickering with Combs because she said she didn't want to participate. In response, Combs was very defensive. She said she recalled him saying she didn't have to participate in the sexual encounters anymore, but in my heart, I knew he didn't mean that because it still happened that night. Combs made her take ecstasy, she testified, and put her in an outfit before a man came in. I took Sean to the bedroom and told him I couldn't do this, and he was agitated. She said, and he asked her what surprises she had for him. She said she wanted to make it up for him since he wasn't going to have the night she envisioned. So she messaged another entertainer she had worked with before because I knew that would make him happy and wanted to have an upbeat night with him. So we've been putting some additional tweets up. Stand by. What entertainers did you mostly see? Paul and Sly. Which ones did you reach out to? Them, Anton, Don. Don't forget Don. Did you ever arrange hotel nights as a surprise for Sean? Yes, twice. Like Valentine's Day or the return from a trip. So she set places up too. Valentine's Day. Return from a trip. Oh boy. What compels someone to testify against someone a man they loved? Cooperation. I mean, it's no secret she's saying she loved him. But these freakouts are just coming up. They're popping up all over the place with so many different men. So many men here. Don, Anton, Paul, Sly. How many men do we have in this whole mix? A lot. So many men, we all lost count. So many people. So many victims here. But that is a great question. Why aren't these men arrested themselves? Or, I mean, we heard the Punisher testified, right? The Punisher. You think they worked the deal out with the Punisher to avoid prosecution? Possibly. Some of these other ones have not been mentioned. Or like, as far as coming up on the stand, corroborating themselves. Punisher, yeah. Punisher probably made a deal. Punisher's going all over the media networks anyway. He's been speaking. People have got exclusive interviews with the Punisher. The Punisher. He's like an entertainer, but the Punisher technically committed a crime. Every escort man here that's involved here committed a crime. There's another thing too is, I mean, she's testifying herself. It appears that she committed a crime. Jane Doe. I mean, if she's calling to arrange these things, she's committing a crime herself, right? AUSA, that just makes me wonder, like, she testifying under complete immunity or an agreement that she didn't technically ask for immunity like the others, but I mean, is there the understanding is you're not going to get prosecuted here? AUSA, call me. You saw cash during these hotel nights. Where? She goes on to say the drawer, the nightstand. When Sean ran out of cash, what did he do? He made a call to his security or assistants. KK. Boom. KK mentioned again. Cash would appear. How much? A good amount. There you go. KK. KK is assistant. There you go. She's mentioned again too. Bringing in cash for these hotel nights. KK, cash. There you go. A good amount of cash. KK bringing money. KK bringing money to pay these escorts, prostitutes, entertainers. KK bringing the money. Absolutely, KK is probably going to testify here, or she'll probably be in court documents as a co-defendant very, very soon. As soon as this case is done, it might be unsealed. And maybe KK will be charged because KK is in on this. And for whatever reason, KK is not listed on this indictment, this one. She's either cooperating or she will be charged with something afterward, but we'll see, because this is a crime that KK committed all over the place. She even had her stuff seized. And even if you have your stuff seized, you know bad things are coming. You know, every time you have a warrant, like if the feds really see something from somebody, that person is most likely being charged with something down the line after the seizure. There's probable cause to come seal something. They seized phones from KK at a Miami airport. And in those phones, there has been some damaging stuff. But it just shows that KK is part of this. So the question is, where is she? Where is she? How is this not RICO? That's what I mean. We're talking about money. We're talking about prostitutes. We're talking about interstate lines. We're talking about arranging escorts. We're talking about filming freak-offs. We're talking about all types of things here. It is 100% RICO. 100% and some. Rescuing our communities. Welcome. Nice to see you. Thank you for being a member. JLR Investigates. And if I missed anyone, I apologize. There's just so many things going on across the screen. I'm trying to get the updates here, like in real time. Try to fill in the blanks here. CNN, I don't know. They must be still out to lunch. Oh, well, we actually have a new report. 1 minute ago, CNN. They're going back to the man that was rejected. We kind of already know that, so I'm not even going to read that report. We know that. About that incident already. I want to know in this moment what's going on with all this cash. Cash money. Junior Mafia, get money. Get money. Get money. Da, 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 da. Money. Or money, power, respect. Money, power, respect. To whom? It's not good for Diddy. To whom did Diddy hand cash to? Paul, Don. He paid at the end. So now Diddy, she testifying that Diddy himself is paying these escorts. Himself. He's paying them the cash. That's a crime. Diddy is paying these escorts cash. Paul and Don. Money that he received from KK. KK brings up cash. Diddy gets the cash. Diddy pays the escorts. RICO. What would Sean say before he brought out his iPhone to record? Jane says nothing. Or it's just for me. Did Sean sometimes act different? Here we go. Sometimes happy, sometimes not. We've already heard this numerous times by victims. There were highs. The highs were the highs. The lows were the lows. Moods. So I saw a comment. Somebody said, if I'm one of Diddy's lawyers, I'm packing up my briefcase and I'm leaving the courtroom. Can he quit? Can a lawyer quit in the middle of this? I wonder if Brian Steele's like, oh my goodness, man, this is not going to work how it did in Atlanta. Brian Steele's probably like, I got to co-sign this. Kelsey, welcome. Welcome to JLR Investigates. Appreciate you. Thank you. Charlie says, were they aware the oil was laced? That's a great question. The charge depends on the substance and where it occurred. 4th degree is making someone use marijuana. First degree, if the drug's scheduled 1, 2. Charlie wants to know if these oils were laced. And if they were, the charges. Puts it up to certain degrees. I've always think that there's stuff being lit, this stuff is laced. Absolutely. Eye drop bottles. Remember eye drop bottles, Charlie? Charlie, remember the eye drop bottles? Laced. Rescuing Our Community says the male escorts got proffer agreements for their information. The U.S. attorney knows many of the women have inconsistencies, and the male escorts are going to implicate the women as co-conspirators. Thank you, Rescuing Our Communities, for elaborating on that. I agree, too. Proffer agreements were most likely thrown all over the place for people to sign. Proffer agreements. What directions would Sean give? Here we go. Now, Sean's handing these escorts money that he got from KK. Money. KK's bringing up the cash. Sean's paying people at the time, and then he's paying for these people where Sean's giving directions. Holmes giving directions to put the baby oil on the man, to touch myself. So Sean Combs is telling Jane she has to put baby oil on the man. Then she has to touch myself. And also AUSA says, you knew you were on camera, right? The camera was on you. How did you react? She goes, I was just a part of it. Did Sean ever record you while you were not on drugs? She goes, no. That is crazy. They're supposed to be in a relationship. You and I know when you're with your significant others, you're going around taking videos of things and enjoyment. Fun stuff. Memories that last a lifetime. Did Sean ever record you when you were not on drugs? Nope. That's crazy. That is crazy. When she's on drugs, that's when the recordings. Can't ever film her on doing normal things. Maybe they did do normal things. Maybe she's just talking about these freak offs here. Freak offs all the time. He only record when I was on drugs, but wouldn't record when I'm not on drugs. But she's already testified she literally never did a freak off unless she was on drugs. I think she said she tried it a couple times. She wasn't with it and eventually got pills to keep her down, calm her down. Did you act like you enjoyed it? Yes. Why? I wanted to put on a good show. So I think what she's trying to say is that the defense comes around and says, with these freak off videos, well, look at the freak off videos here, Jane. Mark saying, oh, you enjoyed it. Look, you're smiling, your stuff. She's explaining now that she's playing a role here. She did not enjoy it, but she acted like she enjoyed it. And she's on drugs. What fantasy talk did you engage in? She goes, so much. Role play, fantasy. I'm sorry, there are just so many memories. He would create characters. So she has to put on the show. She has to be a million different types of fantasies and characters. Just never ends. She has to put on a show. Under the influence, recorded. She knows she's being recorded. She has to put on the show. It's all a show. Exactly. He would only record her on drugs because he knew if she wasn't, then she wouldn't be as cooperative. He knows that drugs in her system, he ultimately can control everything and has her. And she wouldn't resist. He got her. He got it. So he's not going to dare do it when she's sober. Now, I was coming up with the analogy earlier. I was just like, I kind of took it like just the freak offs were being recorded between them, and they never actually made recordings of themselves doing anything when she was sober. Like every time she got recorded, it was taped with her on drugs. Every time he taped her, she was on drugs. but never sober. Crazy. Now, she's probably going to explain a little bit about, I'm sure, I know the defense is going to be like, why didn't you just get out of this? Why didn't you just get out of this? What, you know, I know that's going to come up. And I know a lot of you are probably already wondering too, how come she just didn't leave? To me, she was generally in love with him. And he would trick her on all levels. Combs paid the men who joined hotel nights in cash, Jane says. So that's damaging right there. That's damaging. Combs paid the men who joined the freak-offs in cash. Combs paid them. You know, Cassie was almost like, didn't Cassie say pretty much every escort that they were with that Cassie would pay at the directive of Combs? But Jane actually flat out says that Combs paid. Combs. Melissa. Thank you for the comment, Melissa. Melissa Lopez. I think Don is really LeBron. Don and LeBron. LeBron. We did a video on LeBron. Are the high-profile people he named in a video on a social media platform going to be subpoenaed? Is that suspended? Yeah, subpoenaed. They should speak out. Don should speak out, Melissa. Now, I don't know if Don is LeBron. We did a whole live one time on LeBron, you know, particularly in November of last year, you know, when he suddenly took a leave of absence from the NBA. A lot of things were going on. A lot of people speculated, whoa, ain't no party like a Diddy party. You know, when LeBron did that, said those old videos and stuff, a lot of people like, LeBron's in on it, you know. But you're right. You're absolutely right about some of these people. They should come out. They should come out and speak. At least share. Like, who is Don? Is Don a pseudonym? Don someone else? Alias? AK? Who's Don? Who's Leo? I'm going to show you some exhibits. Not on the council screens. How's this? Not on the council screens. How's this? Me and Don. The next one is me and Sly. And this, me and Paul. Then me and Leo. And then Anton and myself. Was Sean present for all of these? Yes. All right. So Sean is there. Combs. There's photos of her with each and every one of them. Me and Don. Me and Sly. Me and Paul. Me and Leo. Me and Anton. Yeah, Melissa Lopez, Don should speak out. I think at this point, Don has to speak out and either identify himself or share what's up. Maybe they won't, though, because, again, we're going back to co-conspirators or proffer agreements like our other member previously mentioned about proffer agreements going on. Yeah, proffer agreements with these escorts. Jane goes, I wore the stripper shoes the whole time. AOSA Comey, what would happen with the baby oil? Jane goes, it would drip down in the shoes. I would try to keep my balance. Oh, my goodness. So much baby oil. There's so much baby. Now, remember, she testified there'd be 24 bottles of baby oil at these free calls. 24. It's 24 bottles of baby oil, 24 bottles of baby oil. She's saying there's so much baby oil, it would drip down in the shoes, and she hardly could walk. Did Sean ask you to get your nipples pierced? Yes. I said it would turn him on. So she's discussed that. We heard that earlier. So, you know, he's going to make her do this stuff to make her look freaky, right? How he wants her to look. Crazy. All right, so Washington Post says Sean Combs sometimes ran out of cash as well as drugs during his marathon freak-off, according to his former girlfriend and alleged sex trafficking victim, Jane Doe. Combs would typically pay escorts, and if the events ran long, Jane said he would have one of his employees bring more cash to the room, much like staff routinely supplied pill bottles full of illegal drugs. Prosecutors are hoping to underscore the amount of cash and illegal activity that flowed through a single night in one of Combs' freak-offs. But the defense has painted these events as consensual parties. You gotta be kidding me. They just threw shade. Washington Post just threw shade at the defense. The defense has painted these events as consensual parties. You got to be kidding me. All right, so we got some more comments here. I'll read them. Erica goes back to the question we asked, can a defense quit in the middle of a case? She says yes. An attorney can quit in the middle of the case, but it's not as simple as just walking away. They must first seek court permission and follow specific legal procedures. And attorneys have, I don't know in the middle of the trial though. In the middle of the trial, have you ever heard that in the trial? Like, I can't remember where an attorney just walked up and said, I quit. They could be in big trouble if they do. But yeah, if they wanted to quit, they have to go through a process. They got to seek the court's permission. Attorneys do that a lot before trial, breakdown in communications, quit. Say that's just we're not on the same page here, we want to quit. And the courts can actually reject that and make them stay on. Seat 2, 412B. Seat O, 412B. 412, are you Pittsburgh? 412. If KK has to testify, can she be able to explain things? Well, I will say, if KK testifies, she's going to explain a lot, but it's not going to be good for Diddy. She's going to explain a lot, KK, but it's nothing going to be in favor of Diddy. She will be a prosecution witness for sure if KK testifies, unless the defense calls her up, which would be absolute suicide. KK could be a defense witness, but that would be brutal on cross, like absolute brutal. She was not going to do that. Defense not going to bring her on. But yeah, if she comes on, she's going to explain a lot, fill in the gaps and everything like that, and it's going to be damaging to the court against Diddy. Yes. I'm going to look up, Erica, I'm going to look up and find out. I'm going to just do my own research later and find out if a judge or if a lawyer ever stood up in the middle of trial or quit in the middle of trial. Maybe not in the courtroom itself, but maybe during the course of the trial, during the breaks or the next day or over the course of the night, just said in the middle of trial, I'm quitting. See if that has ever happened as far as like an example. It probably did. It probably did. I think it did. Actually, I think somewhere, in some court somewhere. Has a prosecutor ever quit in the middle of the case? Juries, these photos of hotel nights. So the jurors are looking at photos of the hotel night. Prosecutor Comey showed the jury 15 photos that Jane said were taken during hotel night. So more photos submitted. Here we go. Who set you up for the piercing appointment? KK. Now here's KK, making sure she's getting her nipples pierced. KK. Then they got caught on my lingerie and my nipples got infected. I took them off. What did Sean say? He said, "Where are my piercings?" This is the last time I want to see you without them. This is the last time I see you without them. I don't know what that means. We'll get more on that. I think there's a typo or two in there. Did your back hurt? Yes. From bending over too much. Oh, man. Graphics. Viewer discretion is advised. Where else did you get sore? My vagina. Did you tell Sean? No, why not? I just didn't want to indicate any negativity. So she's hurt. Hurt. She's hurt. She's hurt, folks. Hurt. Why did you keep going? Jane goes, I'm not so sure. Judge. Sidebar. Sidebar. Judge called a sidebar. Oh. Something got to the judge. We could have a problem. The judge usually doesn't call the sidebar on his own initiative. The judge just called a sidebar. Not the prosecutor, not the defense. None of them objected. The judge, according to the Inner City Press, the judge called the sidebar. What could be on the sidebar? What could be going on? Whew. Judge might be like, I don't like where this is going. Or I saw Combs do something he shouldn't have done. We're in a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. She's describing KK getting her, arranging to get her nipples pierced. Then it got affected. I think that the way it's said is Sean told her, this is the last time I want to see you without them. As if Combs is mad. Where are my piercings? I don't want to see you without them again. You better have them back in now. You got that? Like, I don't know, man. I've seen some crazy videos of Diddy now that I've been following this case. Like, one time he won a deal or some sort of deal, but he picks up the phone or he starts throwing things all over the desk. Do you ever see that video where he's just going crazy? He's throwing things all over the place. But clearly, there's a violent, crazy side of him that just acts on impulse and crazy. Saw him throw things and mess a desk up. I seen him at board meetings yelling at people. I see some crazy stuff here. And I'm going to keep watching these videos and stuff because it does paint a picture. For however reason this guy was being able to stay under the radar in reference to all this is beyond me. Because all this should have been exposed 10 years ago. Diddy would be behind bars already on Cassie. Matter of fact, you know, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying if this would all came out the light 10 years ago, there would be no Jane Doe as a victim. Diddy would already be in prison already. And I do think the Me Too movement emboldened or empowered a lot of people here, and the Me Too movement is part of this, right? It's finally giving victims a voice. We're back. AUSA Comey says, do you have an estimate of how many times you told Sean you didn't want to keep having these hotel nights, free calls? Jay says, I don't have an estimate. Did you write? Yes. And sometimes I have the courage to text it to Sean. Okay, so she doesn't know that many times, but it seems like there is numerous times, where Jane is saying, I don't want to do this anymore in hotel rooms. She don't know how many, but she's also written it down in writing. And it appears that she's notified Combs in texts, numerous times, texts that I believe they're probably going to share shortly. But I sometimes had the courage to text it to Sean that she did not want to do these free calls anymore at the hotel rooms. So it's already been established on the record that she said this multiple times. No. I don't want this. I don't want this in the relationship. I don't want it. No means no, right? But watch Diddy find his way to make it continue. Lying to her, manipulating her. We'll see what else happens. See what else happens out of this. 4 minutes ago, CNN says, Jane Doe says Combs became super defensive when she told him she was done with hotel nights. It's a long report. I'll wait here for a minute. This is a long report. It's longer than I think. I'll wait for this. We'll do a recap when we get a break on this, because this is just going back to everything that was said. But I want to know where we're at now in that moment, because usually when I start reading, then a new information comes out. Unless it's short, but that's a long report by CNN. Can't stop, won't stop. Diddy just keep going and going and going and going and going and going and going. 12 seconds. Says, what did you see in your text messages? That I had been texting that I want nothing to do with the hotels since 2021. How I felt. What's this? Text exhibit not on the screen. November of 2021. I felt jealous. I saw he was doing things with another woman on their IG stories. Now we're getting into a little jealousy here. November of 2021. She's saying she felt a little jealous because she saw Diddy. Desiree, thank you. Thank you. She saw Diddy doing things with another woman on their IG stories. People in the chat. Young Miami. People in the chat saying Young Miami. People on Twitter. YM. So she said, I felt jealous. She said, I felt jealous of this individual. Jealous. All right. This is the first time she said on the record that she's been jealous. So we'll see where this goes. Jealous. And a lot of people are saying in the chat, YM. So y'all are smart. That's why we got the smartest chat on the internet. That's why it's all you. It's all you. Y'all know what's going on. Y'all know the names. You know the people. You know the backstories. You know, some of you know more than me. I'm learning as I go. I want to know everything, so spill the beans. Let it out. What's up? What's going on? Was Diddy with YM? Like, what was going on around the time? What were they doing? What's happening here? We got the smart. You guys are smart. You guys are good. Y'all are good. We all put the pieces together, and you guys lay it out. You know the characters. Well, I do want to find out some of these people's names, though. Some of them. Why did you feel jealous? AUSA Comey says, if you knew he was dating other women. She goes on to say, I came to do hotel nights with Don and Sly. Then he gives quality time to another woman? She explained why she was jealous. Think about this, though. She has a good point here. Because she's testified that she really had, besides the beginning, the whole relationship was centered around her flying in and doing these freak offs and then going back home and not spending additional time with Diddy. Hardly. And she says she's jealous because she has to do hotel nights with Don and Sly. Then Diddy's giving quality time in IG with someone else. So she's like, yeah, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Because he's supposed to be spending time with me. A lot of times he makes her travel to these places under the guise that it's going to be them. Quality time between them. Those two. Those are the ones that are spending quality time together. Only for her to be bamboozled and tricked into entertainers. So she's saying, yeah, I'm jealous when I see him on Instagram with another girl. This next text, she wrote, I need a breather and a break from you. So what is she saying? She's saying that this November 2021 text, or they're just showing another time where she texts. I don't know if that text precedes that event, but she's saying at one point they're showing another text where she wrote, "I need a breather and a break from you." Let's see how that goes. Okay, fine then. You pay your own rent. I'm sure that comes into rent. You pay your own rent. In Diddy's eyes, it appears she was never a girlfriend. To him, she was just a paid hooker. Prostitute for his needs. He didn't care about her. Sick. It's disgusting. Here we go. Play this exhibit. A voice note. Combs' voice. She asked me to work out. This is the time you gonna be cursed at me. They're playing something here. They're playing this thing here, but there's a lot of grammar errors. I'm gonna try to look at this before I say it so it sounds correctly. She asked me to work out. This is the time you're going to be cursing at me. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. Don't matter if I just effed her. Be sad, go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with someone. It's Combs' voice. They're playing Combs' voice on some sort of voice thing. Play this exhibit. Combs' voice. We'll just put it on the screen and let you decipher over it because this is hard to decipher. It's apparently Combs' voice. This is about the breakup. Because remember, at one point they broke up for a little bit. The breakup. The breakup. What do we got? Seat 0412B. JLR just gave me a slight cigarette burn listening to this. It's crazy. Thank you for the comment. Yeah, it's... How often did Sean call you crazy? So it's apparently Sean Combs calling her crazy because she wants to get out of the relationship. How often did Sean call you crazy? Often. It made me feel confused. What did you say? Jane goes on to say that she didn't just come to the gym. I don't even care who you are laying up with. I wanted that time with him. I said, you just want the hotel stuff. Okay, so Diddy's like saying that she just came up on him when he was working out. I'm deciphering through this. But what she's saying is, look, I just want some time with you. I don't want just this hotel stuff. She's trying to have a conversation about, wanting more than just her going to a hotel and he leaving afterward and she not seeing him again. She just wants quality time with him. She wants to do relationship stuff. He ain't with it. The whole routine is basically flying her out to a location, him watching her be with another guy. At the end, sometimes Diddy and her finishing off, and then he goes about his separate ways. And she hardly gets any time. She got like very rare time, sometimes the occasional cuddle, watching something or making him dinner. But other than that, he's gone. And they're not doing like things together. Their whole relationship is nothing to do with holding hands, walking the beach, spending date, nothing of that. He tricks her into dates, but in the course of the dates, the one-on-ones turn into 3-on-1, if you know what I mean. Like he basically, she just has to do sex stuff with him and others, and that's it. That's what their relationship is. That's it. But she's had attempted multiple times to get out of this and call it out. And they're showing the multiple text communications over the years of her saying, I don't want this. This is not the way. I don't want this. And she's also confused because she's seeing Diddy at the same time on IG with other people. So then she's like, why? Oh, he can be with other people having fun, but with me, with what I want with this, he can't even do the same things with me. And Diddy's just calling her crazy. Diddy's calling her crazy. Almost like making her feel guilty, or it's like her fault. Scary stuff, man. Over $10,000 a month. So far, I haven't heard any blackmail or bribery or threats of tapes or threats if you don't do this. She hasn't tested, but I know it's coming. Don't get it twisted. It's coming. But so far, I haven't heard any like if you don't do this with me anymore, I'm going to release this, or let your mom know, or your friends know, or I'll embarrass you, or I'll destroy you. I haven't heard that yet. Emphasize yet. But I feel like it's coming. It's coming. Because remember, these things were taped. Lots of them. Lots of these free calls are taped by Diddy. I think KK had access to these tapes too, because the way they talked about things earlier. We'll get into that, about what KK really knew what was going on. We'll get into that later. KK's in big trouble in the court of public opinion. She's trouble legally too. This testimony stuff validates other people's lawsuits against, with KK mentioned in them about being a willing participant and facilitator and all this stuff. Crazy. But yeah, the escorts always have my mind wondering too, like, are we going to see them or hear from them? They could have signed proffer agreements. Let me just emphasize this. Some of these escorts could have signed proffer agreements, and very well the prosecution could use them, but might not use them. So they're just kind of like standby. But even if signing a proffer agreement, they could maybe just, we'll need you if we need you, but if we don't, we don't. But we're not going to go after you if you just tell the truth, regardless if we use you or not. That's very well a possibility too. Washington Post, here we go. Jane developed urinary tract or yeast infections after nearly every freak off, she testified. That's crazy. Washington Post just said that Jane developed urinary tract and yeast infections after nearly every freak off. Crazy. Her back and her shoulders often hurt afterwards because I would be at the edge of my seat or the edge of the bed in a position that Combs liked. So pretzels and all types of crazy stuff. She's getting hurt. Back, shoulders, urinary tract infections. Combs would sometimes make Jane have sex with escorts and another freak off before her previous UTIs had healed. She said, this is crazy. Before the other injuries would heal, he would make her do it again. It felt like burning and constant urination. Her pelvic area also hurt during freak-offs, she testified. She didn't feel comfortable complaining because Combs wanted her to stay positive. This guy's sick. It gets really bad talking about this, man. It's really starting to hit me a little bit. So I got to try to maintain my composure. I mean, some of this details is just horrible, horrible, horrible. Jane said he would become upset, defensive, belittling, dismissive on multiple occasions when she suggests pausing the sessions. Crazy. All right, we got more info. Magnolia's put it up on the screen. I'll catch up. AUSA, what happened here? She goes on to say, I had sex with Leo. I was high. It made my partner happy. I was okay with it. How many phones did Sean use then? 2. Sean started dating another woman. He did a big birthday for her. Who's that? Gina? Anytime Combs does a birthday for someone, should automatically bring up red flags, considering that 2 of the victims in this case, Cassie and Jane Doe, have testified that freak-offs were done on the birthday. So Sean Combs is dating another woman. He did a big birthday for her. How did you see it? IG. What did you say? I see what you're doing for her. Why did you play me? Say she's just a business partner. Oh, a business partner. Then you say she's spending money on you. How would you feel if I said a man was spending money for me? She wrote all this. So she's calling him out. Why are you playing me? Why are you playing me? You saying she's just a business partner. Then you say she's spending money on you. How would you feel if I said a man was spending money on me? You wrote, and she said, I felt cheap. I felt cheap. Powerful. Who could that be? Business part. He lied. So, oh, yeah, she's just, because you say she's just a friend. Because you say she's just a friend, just a business partner. Crazy. Diddy's playing everybody. He's just the master manipulator. The juggler. Puppet master. He's just stringing all these people. 1 million people at once, all around. Playing with everyone's emotions. But, you know, the jealousy with Jane is, to me, is like, put yourself in her shoes. You originally started this under the guise of love and to just taboo and have some fun stuff with your man. And then it just turned into nothing but this. So he already manipulated and drawed you in. But at the same time, you're still thinking it's love. And then suddenly she's seeing Diddy, and you never get time with him anymore. Just freak offs. That's all it's freak offs. Freak offs. That's it. Freak offs and nothing else. No, nothing else. No walk on the beach. No swimming together, no hiking, no nothing, no traveling, no going out dinner, nothing. And then she's seeing Diddy with another woman. Of course she's going to be jealous, right? Of course. All right, so we're getting to the 2:45 hour. We'll be here to 5 o'clock or 4 to 5 o'clock, it appears. Jane is on the stand. Powerful, powerful testimony. Damaging testimony. Welcome aboard JLR Investigates. We are here throughout this trial, so stay tuned. We have the best chat on the internet. I like to say that because it is true. I feel it is. Jane is on the stand. We're getting into now her calling out Diddy on this has to be a text or some sort of communication. She's calling him out. You know, the prosecution is showing numerous times where Jane has called this out or questioned this or said, I don't want this anymore. I saw a comment that said pimps and traffickers often pit women against each other to create jealousy, competition, and distrust. Makes it impossible to keep them isolated from one another. He's just stringing people along, and he's just hooting and hollering. He doesn't care. Diddy don't care. He don't care how he treats these people. Monster. He's a monster. Think of that Kanye West song, Monster. Monster. He's a monster. 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 I got the Monster song in my head right now. You know what I'm talking about. You know that song. Well, even that song, I'm the devil. I'm the devil. He called himself the devil, according to Bana. Said, I'm the devil. I could kill you. He's a monster. He's a devil. Devil Diddy. Keep the comments coming. We're waiting to see an update. We haven't seen nothing. I haven't seen any additional on this, so we're still stuck on this here. I felt cheap. Why'd you play me? Why did you say she's just a business partner? How would you feel? How would you feel if I said a man was spending money on me? Diddy would probably burn his house down or his vehicle. If Jane Doe was with another man at the time, rest assured, Diddy and his goons, probably with some other female assistant, KK at gunpoint or somebody, they would all be going to this dude's house and throwing Molotov cocktails in his Bentley, Beamer, Benz, whatever they're driving. Oh, I think Diddy's done some unsolved crimes out there. Probably. After your first hotel night in May of 2021 with Dawn, what did you do next? She goes, out on a yacht. And later, we would just sleep at hotel nights. What did you write in this note? I wrote, why am I just for your freaky desires? So she's writing a note, and here she goes. Why am I just for your freaky desires? We'll see what happens here. Crazy. And Dawn, it'll be interesting. Who is Dawn? Dawn. One of our newest members thinks Dawn could be LeBron. Dawn LeBron. I don't know who Dawn is. Hopefully, maybe they all come out now and say something, at least speak or say something. provide. They probably won't. They might. Who knows? Some might. Jurors are looking at a chain text from November of 2021. After Jane returned from a two-day freak off that she had thought was going to be a weekend getaway with Combs, and saw he posted Instagram photos of another woman at his home gym. All right, so that's the gym. That is home gym. This doesn't make me feel good at all, Jane wrote. I see what I'm turning into in your eyes. You've been saying you miss me and want to see me, but you were lying. You just want the hotel SHIT. Combs responded with a profanity-filled voicemail message that thundered through the courtroom on replay. Oh, they played it in the court. You are effing nuts. So be sad. Go crazy. Go do whatever the F you want to do, he said. It doesn't matter if I just finished effing her the other day. Oh. Supposed to be girlfriend. Oh, the court heard it. The court heard it. I'll say that again. It says it thundered in the courtroom there. So the whole court, this wasn't one of those sealed exhibits. This was played throughout the court gallery, all the way through the halls of the court. You are effing nuts. So be sad. Go crazy. Do whatever the F you want to do, he said. It doesn't matter if I just finished effing her the other day. Oh, he's a great guy, right? Supposed to be in a relationship with Jane, and he's sitting there screaming at her. Oh, he's just a nice guy, right? He's just such a wonderful, outstanding man there. Great way to speak to somebody, right? So going back to that note where she said, why am I just your freaky desires? It was actually a note she wrote to herself because the prosecutor said, did you send this to Sean? She goes, no, I did not have the courage. And then they go, this note? She wrote, I wrote, you were partying with another girl. You just want me for debauchery. I'm not going to be used by you. You trashing my house with dirty debauchery. I'm done. I'm done. Did she give him the note? Did she give him the note? That's the question. Jane says Combs would tell her all the things I wanted to hear after fights. After the text conversation, Jane said Combs FaceTimed her and calmed her down. These are different incidents. It's something Combs would do after having a fight about hotel nights, which Jane said happened often. He would say all the things I wanted to hear. He would say that it's not what I'm thinking. He would just downplay whatever I was freaking out about and said that he loved me and he missed me and he wanted to see me. So all this time after freak-offs and all types of crazy things, Combs would try to sweet talk her and say all this stuff she wanted to hear. The typical, I love you, I miss you, I want to see you, please, I see you, I want to see you. To keep her strung along. Yeah. Paints a picture who Sean P. Diddy Combs is. This is bad. Doesn't get any worse than this. And we're just in the middle of it right now, discussing text, communications, and now she confronting him about things. And some she can't confront him because she doesn't have the courage to do it. She's writing notes. She's jotting things down. But the prosecutors are sharing her own, I guess you would say, a personal note or journal. You were partying with another girl. You just want me for this debauchery. I'm done being used by you. You're trashing my house with dirty debauchery. I'm done. Diddy. Can't you see? Federal prison is where you'll be. This is not going your way. We got to think. This trial is not going your way. The guilty verdict is coming your way. Diddy. Can't you see? Federal prison is where you'll be. This trial is not going your way. Seeing one day, centuries away. I don't know, centuries away. Life sentence. All right, so scour in the net. We'll see what's going on. Stand by. Seeing the different journalists that are in the courtroom. It's really bad. Jane Doe is dropping nukes. I mean, it's really, really bad here. All right, we're still stuck on this last thing here. Nothing else has been talked about. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they're on a break. I don't know. None of the media outlets are also updating this. Text. They said a lot of this testimony is going to be corroborated by text messages, texts, audio recordings, things transcribed. But they heard Diddy's voice yelling at her. The jury heard it. Now, I have no indication of how the jurors are feeling here. The media really... The only thing the media said in reference to jurors' reactions in this case thus far was when Bonnet was testifying. One of the jurors, or was it Mia? No, it was Mia. Mia was testifying. One of the jurors was raising their eyes a little bit. Female juror. Suspect a little bit about her story. But so far, we're not getting... Well, I don't even think the jurors or media is really able to describe the jurors because they're supposed to be anonymous. But they're definitely describing Diddy trying to interact with the jurors. Seems like today he's on his better behavior. We'll see how long that lasts. Okay. AUSA. What is this? What is this? Right after I spent my birthday having sex with these men in the hotel room, Sean went on vacation with another girl he was dating. How did he respond to your text? He wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday. Huh? She's saying right after her birthday sex, which was with 3 guys, remember? Birthday sex, Miami with 3 guys. She's saying that Diddy went on a vacation with another girl he was dating. How did he respond to your text? He wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday. Like, he's throwing it back at her, like, don't worry. Like, oh, well, Diddy's with this other girl, but Diddy's responding to her, to Jane, like, well, I didn't tell her about your birthday. That's his reaction. That's crazy. Like, he's not going to explain himself, but puts it back on her by saying, well, at least I didn't tell her about your birthday. As, is this like him implying that he could tell someone else what she did on her birthday to embarrass her? Is this a hidden threat? Is this a hidden threat? Where he's like, well, you know, I could tell her about your birthday, which you did with 3 guys, embarrass you, but I didn't. Did he? Feds kicking the door, kicking this door, kicking his door. Don't see society anymore in the 4-4. Kicking the door. Diddy, dude. You're toast. I can't see you getting out of this at all. Like, it's over. It's a wrap. Like, we're here for the inevitable conviction. But it's not over till it's over. You don't know where this is going to go. You never know. The unforeseeable circumstances and events that could happen. Things that we don't expect. Something could come into play. We just don't know. Look at Times Square. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's 3 o'clock. So normally the court will end now, but we are still here. JLR investigates. Stand by because we'll probably be here for at least another maybe 2 hours as we get this testimony here of Jane. Then we'll have the weekend. So hopefully everyone will have a great weekend and everything like that. We should be on during the weekend cover. We might do another recap on this, or I'll do another recap on this over the weekend and or other things. All right. Comey, what did he write you next? Jane said that it looked like I had a nice birthday dinner with my girlfriends. Who paid for that dinner? Sean. But was he there? No. And here when you said you were tired after 3 men. All right, so we're getting into texts between the parties. Try to get more context to these texts. But Diddy's like, whoa, it looked like you had a nice birthday with your girlfriends. Who paid for the dinner? Sean? Well, was he there? No. So I think he's trying to, like, make her feel guilty in a sense, or like, yo, I paid for your dinner for you and your girlfriends, or I paid for this, so shut your mouth about how you feel about me with someone else. I'm paying for all this. Oh, no. So he's saying this and then saying, well, back at her. Saying, well, I thought you told me you're tired after 3 men. Here, you're with your girlfriends on your birthday later on. So she's coming at him. She's coming at him about being with someone else. He's throwing it back at her saying, well, you said you were tired after 3 men. And now you're having dinner with some girlfriends. That's where I take out it. That's where I get this. Crazy. All right, I'm looking for updates on some of the feeds to try to get more context to this. Nothing on CNN, nothing on USA Today, nothing on NBC, nothing on Washington Post. Where are we at? She's on the stand. They're reviewing texts. It's like a little tit for tat going back. What did he write to you here? He said, I'm tired of you throwing sex in my face. Let's just be friends. Oh. What did you think he meant? Anytime I brought up the hotel nights, what did you write? Are you really breaking up with me? Okay, you might be the breakup. The breakup. Diddy's like, tired of you throwing sex in my face. Let's just be friends. Diddy's offering just to be friends. Interesting. And she goes, are you breaking up with me? Ah. So Diddy actually said to her in writing, let's just be friends. You're always throwing sex up in my face. But in reality, the prosecutor's asking, she's calling him out on the hotel freak-off nights by saying, you only want to be with me because of these hotel freak-offs. You were using me for these hotel freak-offs, but Diddy's twisting it back up on her and saying, you're throwing this sex stuff in my face. Okay, fine, let's just be friends. So we'll see where this goes. Now, will she say, fine, see you later? You can have your $10,000 a month apartment and shove it up your butt, pal. Here, take your apartment. I don't want it. She just said, I'm going to the police. Yeah, threaten him with the police. All his threatening. How come these people didn't just say to him, I'm going to the police? Give him a little taste of his own medicine. I'm going to the police. I'm telling him everything. I'm going to the feds. I ain't scared of you. Going to the feds. All right, so there might be this might be the part where it's like the pause. Remember they said there was a pause in the relationship. So we got the pause going on. The pause in the relationship going on. Where at one point they paused. Jane starts sobbing on the stand. You're the only man in my life. You took someone else to the place I dreamed about. AUSA, where? Jane says the Turks. What did he write? Jane says he wrote, I'm tired of these long texts telling me what I'm doing wrong. I wrote back, what am I doing wrong? So it starts out into the, Jane calling Diddy out on saying, you don't spend time with me only in these freak-offs, but now you're here with another woman enjoying yourself. Diddy makes her feel guilty and throws it back in her face with a bunch of stuff like we discussed. She's trying to explain, you're the only man in my life. You took someone else to a place I have dreamed about, the Turks. What did he write? He wrote, I'm tired of these long texts telling me what to do or telling me I'm doing wrong. I'm tired of these long texts telling me what I'm doing wrong. Dangerous. Diddy was dangerous. I wouldn't threaten Diddy with going to the police. That's true too. Yeah, because he's the type that can make people disappear. He can make people disappear, right? That's been testified. She just went to the police. Don't tell him. Just go. I mean, she's letting him know her feelings. She's supposed to be the girlfriend. It's supposed to be between you and me, with us together. This is something probably every single girlfriend or boyfriend in any relationship would do if they saw their significant others on social media with someone else. Particularly if they saw them with someone else at places they wanted to go while they were with the person. Plus, with her case, she's like, the only time you spend with me in this relationship is the freak off. Now you're here enjoying yourself at things with other people. Saw the comment, Diddy, karma is coming for you. Seems like he's gaslighting her. A lot of gaslight, manipulation. Swinging it back at her to make her feel like she's done something wrong by just expressing her feelings. She expressed her feelings. He's gaslighting her. Well, you don't got no energy with me. You told me you retired after being with 3 men that he made her be with. I pay for this. I pay for that. We're at a break. All right, so the judge called a break. So we are at a break. Jane is on the stand. We took a break. So we'll see what gets ironed out. We're not done yet. It's not over for the day. We got about a month left of this. We will be here all the way through. Break time. So we're on a break. We have a break. We'll see what happens here after the break. Any other bombshell information. I'm not going anywhere. Hopefully you don't go anywhere either. But I am going to take one break, 1 minute myself. So I'll be back in a minute. Stand by. I'm going to get myself some more fluid. And we'll continue this conversation. Probably the break for them will be about 10 minutes. So I'll be back in a minute. And we're back. Welcome back. JLR Investigates. All right. So while we're on break, we're just going to scour around, see what's going on, what's being said. How is the media typing all this up to put it in their reports of how they're saying what happened 2 minutes ago? Jane testified she told Combs she was done in 2022. They say this note that they're discussing right now occurred on December 12th, 2022. Jane wrote that she was done being used by Combs. You are hurtful and damaging to me, she wrote. I have to go away from you because you have crossed too many lines. The note shown in court continued, I am done being used by you. You leave me. You leave it to me to clean up and recover on my own. What she said, that's very firm and direct, right? Very firm and direct way to respond and say, yeah, I'm done. I'm done. December 12th, 2022. She writes she's done. I actually have iced tea. Very refreshing. It's an iced tea day here. I wish I could turn my camera around so you could see what's going on outside in my backyard. It's like breezy. There's a bay back there. It's a nice day out. It's actually a nice day in New York City too today. While we all go about our lives over the weekend and do positive, constructive things, spend time with our friends, family, and loved ones, all of you, let's remind ourselves, don't be like Diddy. Don't be a Diddy. He's sitting, cell, cold, dark, walls, no carpet on the floors, just concrete, little sink, little toilet, little mirror, little window. There's consequences to what you do. Don't be like Diddy. For any rappers out there that are watching, better cut it out. Stop, because they're going to catch you. They're going to catch anyone out there. All right, so 1 minute ago, AUSA. Oh, look at this. Look at this. With jury out, counsel to Jane Doe. I want to bring to the court's opinion that there are YouTube accounts that are actively trying to find out Jane's identity. Where we find contact information, we reach out. We are recording live streams. Oh, are they coming at us? JLR Investigates? What are they saying? There's YouTube accounts that are actively trying to find out Jane's identity. That's interesting. That is just brought to the court's attention. We are recording live streams. Hey, you watching JLR Investigates? Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. There is a thing called the First Amendment. First Amendment, right? First Amendment. This is a public interest case. Actually, we've been very fair on this channel because 50 Cent is posting out a real picture of someone, and we decided not to show the real picture of who Jane is. 50 Cent is posting a real photo of someone on top of art sketches. You know, me and Magnolia decided not to put that photo up, that particular one. Stand by. I'll be right back. All right, so Jane DeCombs, I'd like to get off the hamster wheel and do something different with you. It goes on to say, Prosecutor Comey is now reviewing texts between Diddy and Jane after her birthday in February 2023 in Miami. Jane testified that on her birthday, Combs sprung a hotel night on her with 3 men. She texted him, "Why do you lie to me?" ? She testified that after the hotel night on her birthday, Combs embarked on a private vacation with another woman. It broke my heart because I just finished spending my birthday with these guys having sex with me, and then just for my partner to leave and do such a romantic gesture for someone else, she said. Jane said she had a feeling in Miami that Combs was planning something for someone else. But when she asked him about it, he said no. Combs responded to Jane's text asking why he lied, because I didn't feel like telling you what I was doing with her. You had your birthday, and I didn't tell her what I was doing with you. It really feels like you used me to get off and then go away for a week, Jane texted him. In the next message, Jane wrote, "I'd like to get off the hamster wheel and do something different with you. I deserve it too." In another message, she wrote that he had promised her vacations for years. All we do is hotels, and it's sad. It's not fair to me. I didn't want to do all that on my birthday. You know how tired I was, Jane wrote. Combs eventually responded, let's be friends because I can't take this part for real. I'm done with you comparing yourself to someone else. I treat you good, and if you don't feel so, let's just be friends. Combs also said, I'm tired of these long texts telling me I've done something wrong. All right, so going back to what's going on, apparently they're saying people from the courtroom. Let's read this. Let's read more in depth here. Do you have any evidence that these people, these YouTubers, are in the courtroom or in the overflow room? See, that's the only concern. That's the whole thing about here, right? And Jane's counsel says, if we had found that, we would ask for them to be banned from the courtroom or overflow room. The judge said, make an ex parte filing. I'll ask marshals to investigate. Jane's counsel goes on to say, if someone published her license, it would violate your order. Send me what you can. I'll consider it even on break. All right, so what the judge's concerns is someone that's in the courtroom or the overflow room that is in there coming out, recording, or coming out, sharing what was said in the court or revealing her identity. They can definitely be in trouble or banned from a courtroom because there's courtroom rules. The judge, however, has no authority whatsoever for anyone else that's not in the courtroom and hasn't been in the courtroom to share stuff about this case. The judge has no authority on that. But the judge is concerned about people in that courtroom, it appears, people in the courtroom that are sharing things, possibly, about her identity or observing things in court or the overflow room and then going out and reporting on her identity, but they were in the courtroom. Judge is like, put it in writing, file it. Because the judge is like, do you have any evidence of these people in the courtroom or in the overflow room? Might get to the point they start banning them. I mean, they might start shutting down that courtroom, prohibiting spectators from coming in. Who knows? Who knows where that's going to go? So we'll see. We'll see what Jane's counsel or someone's, I guess it's Jane has her own counsel. They're going to file some filing. We'll see what happens there. Someone in the courtroom revealing Jane's identity, someone from the courtroom. It wouldn't apply to 50 Cent because 50 Cent is not in the courtroom. They can't control what the world says. If the world that has nothing to do with being in that courtroom, the world says all types of stuff about Jane. Hey, Jane doesn't like it, then Jane files civil suits or tries to do something. But that judge has no jurisdiction outside of his courtroom at all on anybody. Jane describes a relationship tangled by Combs' escort. It's a horrible situation for Jane overall. It's just bad. I mean, I don't think she wants to be there. I mean, look. She's crying over and over. Who would even want to be there? People are saying 50 Cent took down his post. Jane has spent the past hour outlining Sean Combs' relationship with other women when they dated. Jane, a pseudonym for the witness to protect her privacy, said she began a relationship with Combs on a trip to Miami and later the Turks and Caicos in 2021. As time went on, she said 90% of their sex involved other men, as Combs made Jane perform in freak-offs, but she still considered him her lover. In one instance, in 2023, Jane said Combs took another woman to the Turks and Caicos during Jane's birthday. It really feels like you use me to get off, then you go off for a week, Jane texted Combs, according to court evidence. You've promised me a getaway for years, and all we do is hotels, she wrote, referring to times Combs promised her romantic getaways that turned into freak-offs. This ties into charges that Combs trafficked women, used his charisma and wealth to lure them into positions where they were beholden to Combs, both emotionally and financially. One thing I like about the Post is they throw shade at Diddy every time when they do a report. Thank you, Anita says DJ's birthday is February 8th. Interesting. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you for that. All right. See where we're at here. Do we still have a break? All right. So we're still on break. Still on break. CNN puts out a report. Jurors react to explicit photos shown in court. Before the break, a female juror placed her hand over her face. Oh, here we go. Remember what I was just talking about, the jurors? Here we go. 1 minute ago, CNN. Before the break, a female juror placed her hand over her face as sexually explicit photos were displayed on the screens in front of them. Uh-oh, that is not good for Diddy. That is not good for Diddy. The jury was shown 15 photos that Jane said were taken during hotel night. Jane testified each of the photos showed her and another man, and Combs were present for all of them. The public was not able to see the photos. That's not good that the... it's not good. Not good. All right, here's a new report by NBC while we're still on break. It goes on to say, Jane said she felt used after finding out Diddy was taking another woman on trips. Jane told the court that Combs went on a trip with another woman after hotel nights they had on her birthday in 2023. She found out about it when she saw that the other woman had posted a private jet decorated for her birthday on Instagram, adding that they went to the Turks and Caicos, a destination she asked Combs to take her many, many times. It made me feel absolutely terrible. She said, I just finished my birthday with him. It broke my heart because I just finished spending my birthday with all these guys having sex with me. And then he would leave and do such a romantic gesture for someone else. Goes on to say, when Jane confronted him, Combs said he didn't feel like telling her what he was doing with someone else. In a text to Combs shown in court, she said she didn't want to do a hotel night on her birthday and that she was frustrated and feeling used. Combs responded by accusing Jane of throwing sex in my face and saying, let's just be friends. I don't throw sex in your face constantly, but these nights require everything out of me for 30, 40 hours straight. She responded via text. I figure on my birthday you would switch it up on me. You're making me feel used right now, and now you're breaking up with me? Anita, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you. Lucky member, a member of JLR Investigates. Kelsey has a comment here. JLR, what effect do you think all the ecstasy use had on the woman's mental health? You aren't even supposed to use it twice a year. Damages the system. Kelsey, I've heard long-lasting effects from any type of illegal drug, including ecstasy. It could be bad. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I think a quick Google would probably be able to answer that. Long-lasting effects of ecstasy, or ecstasy on a woman's mental health. I mean, for her, she's literally saying that Diddy would give her ecstasy to calm her down or make her feel sexual. How that affects her mental health over the years? Absolutely it can. Because it's part of the traumatizing effect on what happened to her. Drugs or not, but she had ecstasy, yeah. I believe it could. But, hey, I'm questioning Magnolia a lot with Advil when I get headaches. Will the Advil help me? So I'm not a medicine man. I really don't know that answer. Love Bull responded to you, Kelsey, and said they have a friend from high school, did drugs every day, and they're fine as far as ecstasy if it's not meth or crack. Good. I think anything could be detrimental to someone's mental health. Anything. Some sort of triggering event. $50 Cent took his post down hours ago. That's what people are saying. Well, that's what we were saying. We're like, yo, he actually put the real photo up, or mixed. The way he did it was he put a photo, he put the tweet up of her in court, and then another one with her in court, the sketches, and then another one with an actual female. We didn't share that. We decided to, and I think we made the right decision there, not sharing that. That third one, there was 3. We shared 2. The ones that's already public, because these photos here of her in court are published everywhere. They're in every media outlet. But he went as far as actually putting the photo up of the individual that's on that stand there. And you all know who it is. All right, are we off break? What do we got? Let me keep going here. Let me see what we got. What do we got going on? What's going on? Still on break. So this should be the last break for the day. I think we'll probably go past 4 o'clock today. I'm not sure if we'll reach 5, but we'll see. I'm getting a little antsy here because I've been here 7 hours. This stuff has to be out. We have to continue to share what's going on. And I'm obsessed with this trial anyway. I want some names dropped. I want things going on. I want to know the goods, the tea, and everything else like that. So far, nobody in the as part as the groups out here have come out and given any press conferences or shared any. You know, at state level, sometimes attorneys come out after each day of court with their client, even if their client is out on bond or not, give a press conference. Yeah, we got something to say, blah, 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 blah. Sometimes they do it. Sometimes they don't. These lawyers have kept really, really quiet with the situation. Been pretty quiet on this. We're on break. Some people said that we need a break. Let's resume Monday. I think the judge is allowing this to go extra because I believe they're behind time. They're behind schedule because Bana was on the stand longer than what was supposed to be out there. All right, so here's some information about the attorney that NBC News just tweeted this out or put this out on the report 1 minute ago. It says, attorney for Jane says media outlets are trying to out her identity. An attorney for Jane, an ex-girlfriend of Sean Combs, who is speaking in court on the condition of anonymity, says media outlets are trying to out her identity. The attorney accused the outlets of live streaming and posting articles actively attempting to uncover her client's identity and asked the court to stop these attempts to violate the court's order. The judge said members of the public are doing their own investigations and are making attempts to discern her identity. The judge told the attorney to identify who is trying to do this and make a submission, adding that he will consider issuing a gag order to the media if someone is found to have violated the rules. Ooh, gag order. There you go. So apparently media outlets that are reporting on this apparently are trying to share her identity. Interesting. So that's the NBC news report. So apparently her attorney's gonna file something. Name drop. Makes me wonder, will they say us? JLR Investigates. There's a channel on YouTube called JLR Investigates. They've been live streaming all day. We are allowed to do that. We're not bound by any court rule. We're not in the court. We're not in the court. Now, other people that were in the court and come out and disseminate information from what they've reported inside the courtroom and seen, yeah, you could get in trouble for that. Absolutely. Decorum. You can't go in a courtroom and like secretly record and then go on. You know, this happened before and people have caught contempt of courts. Go in the court and record a proceeding that can't be recorded, but then go out there and play the recording on social media. They'll find out who did that. And you can be in big trouble because you went in the courtroom and you violated the courtroom rules inside the court. Female Grizzly. Jane is the woman 50 Cent dated that he said. Yeah, I saw that. This break has been on a long, long time. I don't know why we're still breaking here, but we've been on for like 20 minutes on a break. Jurors react to explicit photos shown in court. Before the break, a female juror placed her hand over her face as sexually explicit photos were displayed on the screen. Some jurors were also closing their eyes when Jane's writings from her note apps and the text threads were read. So we got things going on with multiple jurors now that CNN is reporting. Some jurors were closing their eyes. That's a bad look for Diddy. We're still not at a break yet. We're still not on a break yet. Over a break. 3 minutes. A lawyer for Sean Combs' girlfriend alerted the judge that social media accounts and news outlets are attempting to reveal the anonymous witness identity. That's coming from the Washington Post. We're up to date. I'm looking for additional information. All right, Jane is back on the stand. We're back. All right, break is over. Stand by. More information will be coming out shortly. All right, she's back on the stand, so we're standing by. This should be our last break for the day. 3:40. Yeah, this will be the last one today. Should be. All rise. Jane is back on the stand, so she's about to go. Tien Teresa, thank you. Thank you for that. Put that on the screen. All right, Inner City Press just put something out 28 seconds ago. It said this, after it was said nothing in the order could have a chilling effect on the media. More should be said on this. They're back. All rise. So Inner City Press is saying they're playing some games, more or less. Like they're not filing certain things on the docket. All rise. We're back. All right, here we go. All right, so we're back. Stand by. We'll get more information shortly. No new updates there on CNN. Jane is back on the stand. All right, so we're just waiting to see what's going to be said. Might be a little lull here. Actually give my voice a rest for a minute. Ugh. Get real passionate about this, you know, because this is like crazy stuff on numerous levels and just shocking to the core. Jane is back on the stand. Restored Faith, thank you so much again. You did that for us last week. Very grateful. Thank you. Have a good weekend and take a mental break. Thank you. It's challenging. Thank you. Very grateful. I'm grateful for all of you. It's like the only time in the last few minutes I was kind of been silent because there's nothing going on and I'm just keep refreshing the screen. But she's back on the stand. She's going to be on for another hour, I think. What time is it? 3:45. Yeah. All right, here we go. We're back in session. All right. Comey, please pull up this exhibit. What is it? She says, a note on my notes. Were you writing what you were feeling at the time? Jane says, yes. I wrote, you lied straight to my face to use me for a hotel night before your trip. All right, here we go. You lied to my face to use me for a hotel night before your trip. So she's really ticked off about this post and Diddy with another female. She's I hear the ice cream truck outside my home. I don't know if you can hear it. Ice cream truck. We all scream for ice cream, I guess. Ice cream truck. That's the first time I heard of the ice cream truck. You lied straight to my face to use me for a hotel night before your trip. And another thing is, that's finished strong. CNN just put out, Jane drafted note to Combs. I just accept the fact that you were a pathological liar. Jane read a note from her phone she wrote on February 12th, 2023. She testified it was about her thoughts towards Diddy Combs. You know what, babe, it's okay. I just accept the fact that you were a pathological liar. All right, so they're sharing notes of her calling them out, calling them things, you know, in reference to, you're using me in this relationship. This is not what I want. Why are you with other people? You're supposed to be with me. With us, we never even do anything. What you're doing with the other people, with her. Maybe all the reporters went to sleep. I'm not getting any additional information right now. This is important. Jane had the presence of mind to document things that happened as they happened. Remember this, ladies. Jane brought the receipts. Jane brought receipts to this whole situation. Comey says, when you took a break from Sean, where did you travel? She says, France. And then here you go. He can't let go. Sean started texting me again and again. Paris. How did it make you feel? She goes, that he cared. But I knew I had to stay strong. I went away for 5 days. She went to trip to Paris. Diddy's already blowing up her phone. Miss you. Come back. I care. I care. Manipulating her. Manipulating. They break up. She goes to France, Paris. Paris, France. I've never been to Paris. Paris, France. No new update. Washington Post. Let's see CNN. No new update there. NBC. Thank you. I'll write that very much. Thank you. Very grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Cassandra P. Thank you. Very grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Jason. Thank you. Very grateful. Thank you. Extremely grateful for all of you. We're all in this together. You know, we just want to know what's happening, what's going on, what's being said in real time. I'm obsessed with this RICO case. Jane goes on and says he was adamant we should see each other. I missed him too. So she's already like, you know, just those couple texts that Diddy sends her, and she's already having second thoughts and like, oh yeah, I love him. Why? Because I loved him. Soon we make plans to go to the Turks. I go to Miami first. What did Sean write to you? He said, a night at the Bakri, then to the beach. Oh, he's already manipulating her again into more freak offs. Unbelievable. He's telling her, well, we'll go to the beach, but you got to do this little fun stuff with me first. It's crazy. Now what he's trying to do is sweet talk her. Like, he's like, okay, well, we'll have some freak offs, but we will go to the beach afterwards. Crazy. Why can't their relationship just be without freak offs? Dude, they're already corresponding just a couple days after the breakup. Crazy. So it looks like he reeled her already back in very quickly after this breakup. Not far after this breakup. Now they're back in. Now they're back together. breakup didn't last very long, did it? Looking for updates. Updates. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. First class up in the sky. Man, this is crazy. But she said no. She says, we have to be reconnected. He said, cool. Did that turn out to be true? No. What did you do in Miami? We bickered about Paris. He said his girl can't just up and leave like that. This photo, our dinner. So we lured her back to Miami. In the course of that, he's complaining to her, my girl can't just get up and leave like that. They bickered about Paris. Then apparently they went to dinner. But she's flat out telling him no about the freak offs before the beach stuff. Like, she's like, we have to be reconnected first. So we have to be reconnected. All right, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Now they're showing an exhibit, a dinner photo. He's basically faking interest in her to get back to what he wants. He just has to work her more in his eyes. Like he has to trick her or, give her something or schmooze her a little bit before luring her back in. But lo and behold, rest assured, they're going to be doing freak offs again. He's going to find a way to trick her into it. And that's what's being discussed right now. Restored Faith, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. 5 people, 5 new people, members of the JLR Investigates. Thank you very much, Restored Faith. And nice to see you. And thank you again for the dinner, just like last week or earlier in the week. When was it? It was earlier in the week or last week. But thank you very much. We got kava, by the way, Restored Faith. Like I said, kava. I don't know if you ever ate kava. It's pretty good. Kind of like a healthy. I like kava. Oh, all right. Here we go. There's a photo. Shows our dinner. Then what? He took a pill and we went to a hotel. We were watching porn and Sean said, do you want Don? She comes back from Paris. It's supposed to be them reconnecting. And then now it turns into going back to a freak off. Deja vu. What did you say? Yes. Why? I was just used to it. Then we went to the Turks. So he tricked her, but at the same time dangled the vacation to the Turks over her head to go back into doing freak offs. He's like this. Okay, well, you were complaining before that it was nothing but hotels and I go about my way and we never spend time together. How about this? You take a pill, you be with Don, and I'll take you to the Turks afterward. Unbelievable. crazy. Ange P. Thank you very much. Very grateful. Thank you. We're trying our best to get the info out there. And we will continue to be here. Mary Cooper, thank you. Welcome to JLR Investigates, Mary. All right, so here we go. Back into the freak offs. The short break. The break in the relationship. Short-lived. America 12 Youth, thank you. Very much. Very grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so they went to the Turks. What happened? Well, soon to find out what happened at the Turks here. Restored faith. You're more than welcome. As a survivor, trafficking, hearing someone cover this case means a lot to me and all the survivors out there. Evil is finally coming to light. I've never heard of Kava. C-A-V-A, Kava. Might be a thing in Florida, Kava. It's like healthy food. It's like a salad with different, you can get vegetables and fruits and get whatever you want in. It's pretty good. It's really good. Kava's really good. But thank you. And we're going to use our platform. We support victims absolutely on JLR Investigates. Always have, always will. Hopefully this encourages maybe other people to come forward and share and hold people accountable for what was done to them. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think the days of freak offs are over for anyone. So at the very least, I don't think anyone else in the society is going to have a freak off and get away with it. This is going to be in everyone's mind. And some of these victims are going to see it here. This case is going to amplify all over the country. Freak offs, no good freak offs. And eventually, if things are going on behind the scene in this type of behavior, might give the courage for these victims to speak up and get out of this. Save some lives. Hold people accountable too. Diddy's trying to exercise control over his girl. My baby girl can't be leaving me like that. That's what he told her. You can't be going to Paris like that. Here, let's have something to eat. Here, take a pill. Here, be with Don. Here, we'll go to the Turks afterwards. My baby girl can't be doing that to me. That's how it is. But he definitely lured her back in. This breakup was short-lived. I think they broke up twice, though. I think there was twice. The way I read it, it was two breakups, but we'll see. I might be wrong there. Two pauses in the relationship. We shall see. We shall see. Here we go. And in the Turks. Unbelievable. Paul came in. So he tricked her to go to the Turks. And guess what? Guess who's there? Paul. He comes in. So now we got Don. They go to the Turks, and now we have Paul. What happened? I'm back in an outfit. I'm going to try to do another round. It was really painful. I couldn't have sex. AUSA, why not? She goes on to say, I was extremely sore at this point. Sean tried to lube me up. So not only does he lure her back from her breakup, but then deja vu with all these men like Don and Paul. And now the freak offs are just continuing. And then she's saying she's sore. And then, oh, man. He said, you can't take any more D-I-C-K. That's what he told her. You can't take any more D-I-C-K. And then she said she threw the bracelet and said, you only brought me here to suck for you. So she knows she got bamboozled again. Did Sean talk? Yes. He said, how can you make me look good? How can you make me look like this in front of Paul? So now Sean is complaining to her. How can you make me look like that in front of Paul? This is crazy. He set a trap for her. He tricked her. And she called it out. She called it out. She threw the bracelet at him. And now he's complaining that she so-called embarrassed him in front of Paul. Like he's embarrassed. Sharing, thank you for the gifted membership. One additional member of JLR Investigates, the fastest growing army on the internet or on YouTube. This is crazy. America 12U, thank you. Just reading some of the comments. So many, everything's. Mary Cooper, welcome to JLR Investigates. Folks, she just said she's calling it out to his face. Now we're going to see what happens here. Probably not going to be good. To kind of recap, Washington Post says, well, Magnolia says, prediction, Paul will be called to stand to testify to this incident. Paul, what about Don, too? Paul, Don, Sly, Anton. Who else we got? So many men. Sarah Jane, thank you. Thank you, appreciate it. Jane said she tried to distance herself from Sean Combs for a period in early 2023. So like 2 years ago. He texted her, called her, and had his butler and assistant reach out to her, she testified. Combs eventually sent her a message saying that he would like to make up for her missed birthday by going on a lavish trip. Jane agreed to reconnect. I remember that's when Sean and I started opening communication again. We were bickering, but he was adamant that we should see each other, and I missed him as well, and I wanted to see him. She says, I loved him. Irene, welcome. Miss Toledo, thank you. Sharon Gaines, thank you for the gifted membership. Darla, thank you, Darla. Thank you. Danielle, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's really sad that she had such low self-esteem and accepted his abuse. Feel bad for her. She couldn't see he never really cared. He's so gross to me. She was blinded by love, Danielle. Danielle, she was blinded by love. He is a master manipulator here. He plays games, and he tricked her again. And now she's going back to doing the freak offs. But this time he tricked her into a vacation, only for her to do a freak off at the vacation. Instantly when she comes back. Oh my God. Really? She goes, Sean told me to apologize to Paul. I messaged him and I said I was sorry of how I acted. that I was really glad he come out to see me. Oh my goodness. Who told you to do that? Sean. She just testified that Sean, P. Diddy Combs, made her apologize to Paul because it made Diddy look bad, because she's calling it out to his face. And that she actually had to lie to Paul's face and say, oh, I'm so glad you came here, Paul. Who told you to say that? Diddy? That's crazy gaslighting here. This is crazy. Yeah, you apologize to Paul. Yeah, you got to get Paul up on the stand. Paul witnessed her not being able to have sex and also her raging at Diddy for forcing her into this. Paul was the witness. Don before was an incident that happened before the Turks. She had to do like back-to-back freak offs with Don and Paul, back-to-back. Like from her vacation back or the breakup, she's already back and doing freak offs. One with Don and now with Paul. CNN reports. Jory sees Jane's notes reflecting her frustration towards Combs. It goes on to say that Jory saw more of Jane's writings from her notes app. So she collected the receipt. She got receipts. She got receipts, which she said she sometimes copied into messages to Combs. In February 2023, Jane wrote, all you wanted was another hotel night and used me before your trip like you've been doing to me for 2 years. You lied and you said you had no time for me because you were stressed with work, she wrote, according to the notes. Jane also wrote she wanted anything outside of these hotels from Combs. Was a joke to him, and she said she was tired of being used every Friday to get high. Unbelievable. But with her, different than Cassie, like Jane keeps calling it out over and over during the course of this arrangement they got out from 2021 on, during numerous times. Janine, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Very, very grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Been watching JLR from the morning until you end the live for days now. Oh, you've been 7 hours with us. 6 hours. Yesterday was a little bit less. 7, 8, 9 hours. Great work. Definitely will be following your channel for all the big trials. We got some crazy trials coming up. We got Idaho, but then when we also have we got other trials that we plan on doing that we'll probably have to do it like this because of no cameras in the courtroom. Another one is in Kentucky where the sheriff shot the judge in the chambers. You know, you ever hear about that case? Mickey Steins, sheriff, Whitesburg, Kentucky, like really rural out there. Me and Magnolia went there. But he's going to go on trial probably next year, and we'll be covering that. Another one out of New York we'll probably be covering, too, is the Luigi Mangione, United Healthcare CEO. I mean, that's coming out of federal court, too. He has a state case, too, but we'll be covering that, too. and Moscow, with cameras in Moscow. Some cases have cameras, some don't. All right, so restored faith. Some people need to educate themselves on the mindset of trafficking victims and trafficking. These comments are disgusting. If it was your mom or daughter, would you still say the same things? Thank you for the comment. All right, so what did you write to Sly? AUSA says, Jane, if he could come to the Turks. I told him he'd need a passport and vaccination. What did Sly respond? I'm willing, but I don't have a vaccination card. Why did you do this? To make it up to Sean. So she goes, Alicia White, thank you. Alicia White, thank you for the one gifted membership. All right, so let me just say this. She's a victim. She's untrapped in all this craziness. There's a bunch of guys. She doesn't want certain people. He's making her do things with certain people in the course. And, you know, she feels like the remedy is to get somebody that she's comfortable with to at least fix the situation. So there's where Sly comes into the mix, because she's testified before she's comfortable with Sly. If she has to do it, she'd like to do it with Sly because Sly is somebody that she can do it with. It's like the lesser of both evils. She said to make it up to Sean. That's why I contacted Sly. So we're going to get into Sly. Sly appears to come there to that location. But he has to get a vaccination card. Just now, Washington Post says, jurors are looking at images of Sean Combs and Jane on vacation in 2023. Combs on a beach smiling. The couple pose cheerily. The supposedly one-on-one trip was Combs' idea to win Jane back after she tried to cool their relationship. But shortly after arriving, Combs seemed bored and invited a male escort and personal trainer to join them. Paul. We had another one of these long nights, Jane told the jury, who did not know an escort would be joining them. At one point, she said she had sex for more than 24 hours. It was really painful, she said. I was extremely sore at this point. That is sick. 24 hours, folks. Straight. That's what's going on here. These marathon sessions that go sometimes 20 to 30 hours. 20. This is after the breakup and he tricking her and manipulating her to come back into his web. And then she's automatically going back into these freak offs and 24 hours straight. 24 hours straight. Why did you write this way to Sly and Paul? She goes, I wanted them to feel good, like they were not being used. Why? I just do. Oh. What was this love contract in March of 2023? Now we're getting into the love contract. Remember the contract. AUSA honing in good. He asked, how much did I want per month? I said 15. He said 10. I mean, to Diddy, he's paying the bills. She does what I want. And it's a contract. They might have it in writing. I think there was one in writing, wasn't it? A love contract in writing. Going to make Diddy look really bad if that's true. Really, really bad. Love contract. CNN going on before we get into the love contract. Now that we already read that. So, he started paying your rent? Yes. Whoa. Who is paying your rent now? She goes, Sean. What? He's paying her rent right now? That's what people are commenting. Who is paying your rent right now? Him. What? Miss Ice, thank you. Thank you, Miss Ice. Jason, thank you. Yo, she just said that Sean Combs is paying her rent right now. This is crazy. Boom. Sean is paying the rent right now. What does that mean? That's crazy. What else did Sean pay for? She goes, my teeth. What do you mean? She goes on to say, Sean didn't like my teeth. I got new veneers. He also paid to furnish the house. My allowance just didn't do it. I used 3 credit cards. So now, on top of rent, teeth, and furnishings in her house. So he's paying for things. Other things, not just rent. Love contract. Loves. Love contract. Oh boy. This is getting heavy. No, it's getting crazy. Remember, folks, she's going to be on the stand for multiple days. Multiple days next week. Multiple days next week. She got her teeth done. New veneers. He paid for it. Furniture. Plus the $10,000 a month rent. Nothing new on NBC. I'm checking out the Washington Post. Should we get any new updates? Nothing there. See the CNN. Nothing there. Okay, so we're all even. We're all at up to speed. But also, these victims have testified. They had to get their hair done right, their nails done right. They had to look a certain way, high heels, tan. Now with Diddy, with her, it's also going into, I'm going to fix your teeth. I'm going to get veneers for you. But what I find even more crazy is he's saying, She's saying he's paying her rent now. How can that be? He's been sitting in jail now for months. 8 months, 9 months or so, right? Another thing is, imagine what Gina would say if she was here. Oh my goodness. She should run. She should leave her apartment ASAP. I don't get why she would still be. What do you think Diddy's thinking right now, though? If that's true that he's paying her rent right now, what do you think Diddy's thinking when he's sitting in this chair listening to someone testify, saying the most graphic details yet, and he's paying her rent? Oh, he must be fuming. That's probably why he's going all crazy with his hands. Like they Diddy, man. It's just like the tape. It's just like the tape where he paid $100,000 to the security for the tape, only for the tape to be used against them. You know, everyone is like having the last laugh. In a sense. I mean, it's not funny with her because she's crying on the stand. But man, crazy. All right, so I'm refreshing screen, seeing if we get any additional information. It is 4:25. At the most, we have about a half hour left. I mean, with her, she pretty much did this to get her bills paid. Kathy, thank you. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to JLR Investigates. We're a big fam here. All right, no new updates, CNN. See what we got. Stand by. Stuck on the teeth. Credit cards, teeth. Some wild stuff. Danielle, Diddy's pure evil. So happy it's all coming out to light. I truly wonder what his children think. His children are right there. I wonder what they think. That monster has gotten away with so much. Rent is probably paid on recurring account. Recurring account that is set up a long time ago. Diddy never thought she was going to be a witness. Yeah, he's probably mad. He's probably like, yo, when he first saw her, I'm thinking the defense knew who she was, right? But did he think like she wasn't going to actually go and do this? But man, he got to be fuming. Like, yo, I pay her rent. And she's going to do this to me. Just like when the hotel guy testified about getting $100K. Yo, this was supposed to be an NDA. Bet she's paying next month's rent. Yeah, her what day is it? 6/6? Bring her on the first of the month. So she at least has another month. Right? I think something tells me after today, the rent is gone. Well, she's probably going to have to move anyway because people are probably going to try to go to her house and try to get an interview out of her. And it's probably what will happen. The defense is going to destroy her on cross, Nadia says. Thank you for the comment. Who will be doing the cross? That's the question. Who's going to be doing the cross? Annie says, I'm finding her pathetic, JLR. She is ridiculous. And Annie's saying, Annie, quite a few people are calling her out in a sense. They are. They are. Saying that she's a hooker, not a girlfriend. I get it. We're not going to victim shame, but, you know, people can have their opinions. I'm not going to hone in on it, but I get it. I totally get it. I totally get it. All right, no new updates yet. I'm trying to get she also got a lawyer there with her too. She got her own lawyer. Jane goes on and says, I had promised him an all-star party. What's that? I'd bring the top 3 guys all on the same night. Why? What? I was with my lover and he liked that. I told him I have to be awake at 8 a.m. Sunday. I said the last time I got sick. So this is crazy. This is crazy. What she just said was, it appears since Diddy paid for her teeth and furnishing, she promised him an all-star party. What's that? To bring in the top 3 guys all on the same night. Whoa. I'm bugging now. And Diddy's mom has to listen to this. And children. Everybody. This is getting crazy. And confusing. Sort of. Sort of. Sort of. All-star party? She's now talking about an all-star party? The 3 best men in a lineup? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. An all-star party lineup with 3 of the top dogs. That's what she's talking about. What does she mean by an all-star party? Yikes. We're going to get some more clarification on this. All right, less than a minute to go. Jane says she entered okay, we got the answer to the contract. Jane says she entered a 2-year love contract with Combs in 2023. 2-year love. Oh, and it might have started in April, but we're past that 2 years, right? Jane said that after the 2023 trip to the Turks, she and Diddy entered into a love contract. Combs asked Jane what she wanted as a monthly allowance, and they agreed on $10K, which he spent on rent for a new home, she testified. Jane said they agreed on a 2-year contract. 2 years, because it matched the time they had already spent in their relationship. Jane said she moved into a house where Combs paid rent in April 2023, but it is 2025 here and it's June, so it's past 2 years. So I don't understand. The math is not mathing for me here. Who's paying your rent now? Sean, Jane said, confirming that Combs is currently paying her rent. Strange. It's a contract. That contract can't be null and voided. When you testify against somebody, you can't quit the contract. And she's doing it all the way up to now still as far as a contract. Getting into this all-star party stuff. AOSA is asking her this first text. Jane says, he felt hesitation from me about the All-Star party. He asked, does your private part hurt? You're not being straight with me. AUSA Comey, the 2D a minute later. He quoted my text asking for help with more furniture for the house. Oh, they're negotiating a deal about furniture in reference to the All-Star party, but I want furniture. That's what it looks like. What the heck are we into now? What is going on here? What is going on here? Yikes. I don't know. I'm going to keep my comments to myself till I analyze this very more because I don't know what to think here. I don't know what to think here. I'm going to tread lightly. How about that? I'm going to tread lightly. I don't know what to think here because now we're getting into like contracts. Now we're getting into like sex for stuff and a thing back and forth where they're agreeing upon financial stuff in return. For freak offs. AUSA Comey. Here, Sean writes, Rico is ready. Rico? Rico is ready? He's facing Rico, and now we have an escort named Rico. Rico is ready. Who's that? Maybe the man name is Michael. Or wait. Maybe it was a role play, and as Sean was Rico. You don't know? I don't. Rico is ready. Oh, man. Now she's like, it could be Sean using the name as Rico. She goes, I don't know. Rico is ready. Could be Michael. Rico. Rico. Rico, Rico. Rico, if it's Sean as his nickname, Rico caught up in the Rico. I'll be honest, folks. Like, within the last hour, my mind is shifting weird here. Like, I don't know what to think about this because now new information's coming out. And it's like, again, I don't want to come across as victim shaming, if you know what I'm saying. Because she is a victim. But, man, this is crazy. Jane says, and we're going back, CNN puts out 1 minute ago. Jane says Combs paid for her veneers because he didn't like my teeth. Around the same time that Sean Diddy Combs started paying Jane's rent, Combs also paid for her to get veneers. Because he didn't like my teeth, Jane testified. Between April and August of 2023, Jane and Combs saw each other frequently, always for hotel nights, Jane testified. At one point in that time, Jane texted Combs complaining that she hadn't seen him. Jane testified that she meant that she hadn't seen him alone outside of a hotel room. Combs responded, well, get over it, please. Look at the roof over your head and that pretty smile. I don't want to do anything if that's still an issue. So he's holding that pretty smile over her head. Well, I got you a pretty smile. This is crazy. Dangling furniture over her head to comply with what he wants. Reminding her that she got a pretty smile. Love contract. Love. They're in a love contract. Absolutely bonkers here. I'm going to have to process this over the weekend. Literally, I am. We got about 20 more minutes of testimony at the most. It could end any minute. They say up to 5 p.m. So I want to see where this leaves off, because this has my head scratching on all levels. This, I mean, it's damaging. Don't get me wrong. It's damaging as can be. Can this help Diddy's defense in any way if he just flat out comes out and tries to accuse her of just being a straight prostitute, and that's what this was all about? And in return, she gets money and lavish lifestyles, and that's it. She's an escort. But guess what? An escort, if you want to call her an escort or a prostitute, and some people might want to call her that and say, she's not a girlfriend, she's a prostitute, she's an escort. And say you want to call her that. She's still describing federal crimes. Whether you think that she's a victim or not, she is describing crimes that happen. Sex trafficking and prostitution over interstate lines. So that's going to be hard to get around. However you feel about her now, she's describing criminal acts. And Diddy's on trial for committing criminal acts. I mean, she described every single crime that Diddy is charged with in the indictment. Drugs, money, escorts, interstate lines, travel, facilitation, the network, Diddy's associates, setting up rooms, providing cash. Even paying her off. Prostitution. I mean, she has described the logistics of sex trafficking. That's what she's done. Really, be honest, her emotions and feelings are irrelevant in a sense, but she's laying down crimes. Crimes. Diddy's on trial for committing crimes and trafficking women and men across the country. AUSA Comey, why did you send Sean a photo of pink toilet paper? To show that my period was about to come and I needed a night off. That's postponed. What did he write back? You're getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done. There you go. That he's throwing stuff at her. She's trying to say, well, we have to postpone this freak off because I'm about to have my period. And he's throwing it back at her. Well, you're getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done. As if he pays her bills, right? You better do this. This is crazy. Now, this is wild stuff. Let's see what happens. Did he get violent? Two things I want to know in reference to the victim too. Did he get violent on her? As violent? Did he threaten her? And did he extort her in any way? As far as tapes, release of tapes. But one thing I've noticed with this victim is, or witness victim, is he hangs over her head the fact that he's paying for things for her over and over. He dangles that out in front of her. Pay your rent, pay your hair, pay your furniture. Washington Post. Sean Combs doesn't just pay Jane's rent. He also paid for her teeth because he didn't like them. He wanted me to go to this dentist and get new veneers, Jane said. It was Combs' assistant, KK, who made the appointment for her to get her veneers. Oh, didn't KK go with her to get her nipples pierced? Yes. Now KK made the appointment to get her veneers. So like KK's like responsible for her getting all decked out for her free calls. Nipples pierced, veneers, cash, bringing cash to pay escorts. So KK gets name dropped again. Later, Combs referred to these gifts when Jane pushed back against his wishes. Goes on to say, look at the roof over your head and that pretty smile, Combs said to her in a text after she told him she didn't want to do this stuff that night because of her period. Crazy. Holding it over. I mean, that's blackmail, isn't it? Yeah, that's blackmail. I'd say that's bribery and blackmail, bribing, enticing, gaslighting, manipulation. Tell someone, oh, you're gonna have sex with me in a freak off, or I won't pay your rent, or reminding. That's gaslighting. Like, yo, you know I paid for your roof over your head. I could take that away at any time. At the end of this movie, I believe KK will be the killer. Popcorn. Right? It's like a movie. We're watching a movie. But it's like a movie, you know, and I say that like a movie because, you know, there's been times in this where I speculate hearing one direction and it totally goes the opposite direction. It's like, what do you think's going to happen next? We don't know what's going to happen. We don't sometimes we get shocked with plot twists here. And as I see, now, you know, I don't know. Is she a girlfriend? Is Jane a girlfriend? Would you consider, based off what you heard here? Now, I think what she's testified is she thought she was a girlfriend, but are they girlfriend, boyfriend? I don't think so. But the way she testified is that that's how he lured her in under the guise of being boyfriend and girlfriend. But here at this point, this is not boyfriend and girlfriend. But the media puts out the articles, former girlfriend. That, listening to what we've been listening to, I can't say that she's a girlfriend at all. Doesn't sound like a girlfriend to me. But I do think, though, that she got tricked and trapped in this. And also saw a little, you know, money on her part too, but there's also drug elements here. There's a lot of things going on here. You know, I'm not in her shoes. We're not in her shoes. And remember this. Before she got with Diddy, she wasn't doing free calls. She wasn't into multiple guys and everything like that. Diddy brought her into that life. And, you know, got her doing stuff that she would never do in return of throwing money out, right? But still, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Jane Doe still on the stand. All right, so they're getting into you're not getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done. AUSA Comey, what did you mean? Movie night was not on my mind. What was that? AUSA. We would not have an entertainer. We just watch our own movies of the hotel nights. We called it movie night. So she just wanted to have movie night. She didn't want to do these freak offs. Movie night. We would not have an entertainer. We'd just watch our own movies of the hotel nights. We called it movie night. So to me, that's like they watched themselves, had other freak offs, but do you understand what I'm saying? That's what it seems like what she's saying. We just watch our own movies of the hotel nights. We called it movie night. So the filmed freak offs that they had before, they would just put it up on the screen, and that would be their movie night. That's what it seems like to me. I had to try to process this a little bit. All right. What did you write? I wrote, why do you talk about the father of my child? All because you don't get your way one night and bust a nut. Question mark. What did he say back in this voice message? Combs' voice. They're playing his voice. I don't have time, baby girl. Something. So I guess she's saying that he also throws the baby's father of the child up in her face. That's what she just said. Interesting. So Diddy apparently does not like the baby's father. You all know what that means. You all know what that means. Diddy and the baby's father don't like each other. What's going on with that? What's going on with that? Let the comments speak for itself. Now they're playing some sort of voice message of Combs. So the jurors are hearing a voice message of Combs. We'll get more context to this voice message. I just saw the comment, the baby father don't like Diddy either. Baby father don't like Diddy either. It's a mutual not liking one another. But Diddy, she says Diddy would throw that in her face. And she's saying, all because you don't get your way one night. So he's kind of like throwing it. But why the baby's dad? Why was he trying to weaponize that? We shall see more what that means. Washington Post elaborates a little bit about just what has been said for the last hour. Jane, an ex-girlfriend of Sean Combs, who is alleging that he sex trafficked her, has spent a lot of Friday reading out loud long chains of texts and messages between her and Combs, explaining in fine detail the sex acts that she said she felt obligated to participate in as Combs flexed more psychological and financial control over her. She was in the middle of reading another long text chain when someone in the courtroom sneezed. Jane didn't break stride, giving a reflective "bless you" before pressing on. Oh! Jane's reading text messages in the courtroom. Someone sneezed in the courtroom, and Jane actually is the one that said "bless you" and then continued reading on. Oh. Oh. Combs, a voice. Apparently, some sort of message, and Combs is like, "I don't have time, baby girl. You need to get on your job. You need to get on your job." And, oh my goodness, like he's, oh, see what I'm saying? Oh. AUSA says, how did you interpret that? Making sure he's happy, including these nights. How did you respond? That he always brought up paying for the house. It felt like, I don't know, this guilt trip. So Diddy flat out told her on voice, in this voice message that they played in court, you need to get on your job. Freak offs. And she interpreted that meaning making sure he's happy, including these nights. And then he's always bringing up paying for the house. A guilt trip. Guilt trip. You need to get on your job. The boss, Diddy the boss, and telling her you need to get on your job. Like it's a job. It's a requirement. Pimp. Pimp. Diddy is a pimp. Coercion. Pimp. He's a pimp. He's telling his product she needs to get on the job now. And reminding her, I put a roof over your head. I give you these things. Diddy, Diddy, Diddy. See, however people feel about Jane and her role in this relationship, I think the most important key aspect of this is she's testifying about sex trafficking. She's testifying about prostitution. That's what she's testifying about. The exact things that Diddy's charged with. $457. We'll see if we go past 5. We'll see if the judge wraps it up at exactly 5, like they said. Or the AUSA, well, we'll leave it here for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Why don't we just, or this is a great time to break. A sex job. That's pretty much what Diddy's saying. Sex job. You have a contract, ma'am. We have a love contract. You understand me? I got you the house. I got you your teeth. I got your nipples pierced. I got furniture in your home. Crazy. This is after she said she couldn't do a freak off because she had a period. This is what it was all over. or she was about to have her period. Couldn't do it. Other times, she said she was sore. There's just been so many times where he would throw this over her, onto her, reminding her. But now they just played a tape. Oh, like I said, Comey, I think this is a good time to break for the day. They left it at that with the recording of Diddy. Judge, thanks for staying late. Avoid any coverage about the case. All right. Jory leaves. All rise. Thank you, Danielle. Folks, the prosecution left it at Diddy's voice, telling her, you need to get on your job. And her saying the response to that. Her job is to make sure he's happy, including these freak-off nights. Rico, I said it. She was hired as a sex worker. There you go. You need to get your job. Rico. It's a job. Rico. It's it, folks. It's it in a. It has literally been proven already with receipts, tapes, audio recordings, staffers providing cash, drugs, records, correspondence, victims' testimony. Regardless of how you feel about her, and some might have mixed opinions. Again, people have opinions about her. Some flat out say things, right? I'm not going to be cruel. I do consider her a victim. I do. Reason why I think she's a victim is I just think that her whole life went out of control once she got hooked up with Diddy. Once Diddy reeled her in, she done the unthinkable things. And yeah, she turned into a sex worker, a prostitute, yes. But I do think she's still a victim. I still think, reason being, she didn't talk about drugs before. She wasn't into prostitution or anything like that before she gets with Diddy. And you got Diddy's power, control, fame, and money. And got her in this whole craziness. She calls it a Pandora's box. This is crazy. This is crazy. So a lot of people have a lot of opinions, you know? And keep them coming. Keep them coming. Whoa. I think she's a victim of sex trafficking. Rico has been proven many times over. I choose, thank you. Thank you for this coverage. I hope you rejuvenate your spirits. I'm exhausted. Laguna Berry. Hi, Laguna Berry. Thank you very much. It's 5 o'clock. She was a worker for Diddy. He was her pimp. I mean, I we're getting the consensus here of how we feel, how she was. At this point, I can't go forward and refer to her as the girlfriend. I really can't. I can't. I just don't feel comfortable calling her a girlfriend. This is not a... But I do believe that she thought that she was a girlfriend to him at different parts of this, or questioning whether she was or not. confused. I choose joy. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You follow what I mean? Like, victim. She thought he cared about her, Amber says. Victim. All in caps. Victim. Sex trafficking victim. A pimp takes and forces women to do things for them with threats of violence, threats of with drug use and all types of things, but they are victims. They are victims in this web, this sex trafficking web. You might feel differently about them, but they're victims. They are victims. I don't consider her a girlfriend, but I still think she's a victim. I still think she's a victim. Absolutely. She's a victim. Absolutely. But my mind's all over the map. My mind's like, yo, if he's gonna force you to do this crazy stuff, then at the very least, you should have said, I want $100K a month or something crazy. You know what I mean? But that's where my mind's at. Like over this. I mean, is it worth it? But I do think there's love in this. Love mixed in too. Confusion. Gaslight. But it just shows how rotten evil Diddy is, man. To the core, that he would even do this. This is a man that smiles on TV. We all think he's cool. We all listen to Diddy. We think he's a party man. There's really not really bad things per se on this egregious level on the limelight with him out there. He's had his little troubles with the law, got himself out of it. But, you know, Diddy was that guy that people see on TV and don't think of him as like a creep. None of us. I don't think so. And all that's going on behind the scenes is crazy. He played everybody. He played the whole world. MT says she's not a girlfriend. He played all of us. Did he? And no human being. I mean, this is crazy. Like, if you won the lottery and you won that scratch off and you had $100 million, would you act like this with money? If you were, I'm speaking to the men out there, all the men out there. I'm speaking all the men. If you obtained fame, fortune, and wealth, whether it was inherited, whether you won a lottery, whether you worked hard, would you be doing this type of stuff in your spare time? This is sick. I would say no. I'd be using my wealth and going traveling and hanging around people and enjoying life. Not this dark craziness. This is sick. And doing it at the expense of somebody else. We're putting comments up. Wide range of opinions. Jennifer said, did I miss something? Was he ever violent with her? And if no, why was he so violent with Cassie? Thanks for your cover. Well, that's what I'm waiting for, Jennifer, because she has not testified per se that she got hit like Cassie did. Also with the threats, but he's holding the rent and stuff over her, but he didn't hold any tapes over her yet. Violence yet. Remains to be seen. But even if he wasn't violent with her like he was with Cassie, might be because he tried to do it differently than what he was doing to Cassie. I don't know. Maybe Gina was the one he was violent towards and not her. Everyone was different. He treated everyone a different way. Like, I want to think like everyone's role was different here and how he treats people. But I mean, I'm shocked to the core here. And my thoughts on Diddy is evil monster, psychopath, and he deserves to be incarcerated. My opinion. I've already made up my mind. It's not going to be changed. From the very first day of this trial, like I pretty much came to the conclusion. But, you know, we're here. We're here. I'm watching in real time. You know, we covered another serial killer case up in New York. Lisk, Rex Heuermann. You know, a lot of his victims were prostitutes. But because they were prostitutes, does that make the situation where Rex Heuermann should get off from killing these people solely because they're prostitutes? No, he needs to be held accountable for what he did. Killing prostitutes, luring them off, however he was trying to interact with them, and then killing them and burying them and disposing of them. I mean, it's wrong. Regardless of, you know, the prostitutes, there's sometimes stigma, you know, with these people that kill prostitutes. They say, well, because they're prostitutes, they got what's coming or they deserve it. No. Media sometimes doesn't like to touch cases when it comes to prostitute victims because the prostitutes are not the American apple pie white woman with blonde hair, you know, that would make the media. If a white blonde hair woman gets killed, then it'd be all over the media. But if it's a prostitute, nobody cares. Mark, there are 2 exhibits that we object to. Notes this victim wrote, calling Mr. Combs a liar because he has multiple women. We said that in our opening. Judge said, put it in a letter. Adjourned. All right, so Mark doesn't like certain things. They want exhibits objected to. The judge said, put it in a letter. Put it in writing. Therefore, he'll decide. He'll take it under advisement to decide if that should be struck from the record. Jury's dismissed for the day. I'm just trying to get some recaps here. What's going on? Long day, but a very important day. This just solidifies the case, period. She laid out sex trafficking. I mean, you could almost say, argue and say, former prostitute testifies against Sean Diddy Combs in trial. A former prostitute that Diddy's hired testifies in his trial. I mean, you could say that in the headlines, arguably, and you're not doing defamation. I mean, this is what it is. She's being paid to do this. But it's crimes, and Diddy's on trial for committing crimes. Seeing what else is going on. We had a couple laws today. I kind of, my mind kind of spooked out a little bit, man. I kind of was like, oh. I don't know if you all ever attended a trial in person, but sometimes you're in the back and you kind of yawn in certain parts of the trial. Some stuff's good, sometimes it's not. Some stuff is interesting. Some stuff is technical, boring. All right, so I'm looking at final recaps, anything that can be said or said. Don't see anything on there. I'll interact with some of you, see what's going on. All right, spill the beans. What's going on? Court is adjourned. It's going to be, hopefully all of you have a very, very blessed weekend. You know, if you are watching and you are in this lifestyle, or, you know, you are trapped in this crazy web by somebody, you can get out. Have the courage, break the chains, escape. There's help and resources out there. You know, hopefully this case has inspired victims to come forward anyone that's trapped in a bad part of their life, rock bottom, you're addicted to drugs, get out of this, you know? I mean, you can get out of this. There's people that support you. They're championing this. Most of society does not support this behavior at all. This is unacceptable in every way, shape, or form. You know, hopefully we helped some way, shape, or form today to get this message out there and share that this is crazy. And, you know, you can get help. There's resources out there. Just run. Get away. Change your phone number. Run away from your pimp. Run away. Don't go back. Don't go back, because, man, he wasn't violent with her because he was afraid of her baby daddy. You all have a very, very blessed weekend. And we will be back up on Monday morning, 8:15. You know the drill. You know that we will be there. I'll be there, God willing. Be safe this weekend. Don't be like Diddy. Enjoy your freedom out there, wherever you're at around the globe. If you can get out, or just, you know, be grateful to be out, grateful to breathe every breath. I'm very, very grateful to be on this earth, and we'll talk again. I'll come on if anything else breaks over the weekend. I'm sure there'll be other crazy shenanigans and crazy wackadoodles out there, crime scenes. You know, we still come on whenever something breaks, so we won't end that. I'm sure something will happen. But I'll check in. I'll probably do another recap on more information on this. If not, Monday. All right, with that being said, I'm going to blow myself up here. JLR investigates. Long day. Sean P. Diddy Combs trial.
Yeah.
18.
Of a day.
18.
Thank you for that commentary, Mr. JRL Investigates. Another day down. We're going another 5 hours. That being said, we're going to get on up out of here as well.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that crown. I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved out the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, 'cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and we ain't coming down. See on my face that